Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting, which will be remote, of the Select Board for January 27, 2026. First item is going into executive session. I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes and discussing strategy related to real property and discussing strategy related to litigation. The litigation and real property matters are being held in executive session because an open meeting discussion of the acquisition, lease holding, or disposition of real property or the negotiating position of the board in litigation will have a detrimental effect on our position, and the chair so declares an executive session, therefore, to be necessary. Let's move to a vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Melanie, put us in executive session.
Okay, I'm going to stop recording and move guests into the waiting room. Please wait 1 second.
Good evening. This is Bernard Green again, Chair of the Brookline Select Board. And this is the open meeting of the Select Board and regular meeting of the Select Board for January 27, 2026. Let's start off with announcements or updates from the Select Board. And if you don't mind, I'd like to start off with an announcement, not an announcement, but just an update myself. So Michael and I attended the Mass Municipal Association meeting this weekend, along with many staff members from Brookline. This annual meeting is well worth the time of elected municipal officials. We learn from the programs and from the people in different municipalities who are confronting similar or unique challenges, as are we. We can learn from those interactions a lot. The keynote speaker on Friday morning was Timothy Shriver, and the speaker at the Women Elected Municipal Officials Luncheon was Tammy Pfeiffer, both of whom were excellent and talked about ways to reduce our toxic political environment nationally. And of course, what they said applies locally, believe it or not. Timothy Shriver urged the audience to avoid thinking that strength is macho and that you can achieve your goals by fighting fire with fire, rather than strength being leading with dignity or confronting injustice with consistent nonviolent action, as reflected in the examples set by Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement. This applies to the national scene we are going through today, and in different ways to how we interact with each other at the local level. You know, we have proof that Shriver was right in Minneapolis, where the consistent, disciplined, and persistent nonviolent action of just regular people on the streets, while the big political stars kept quiet, people who were outgunned and on 3 occasions gunned down, but nonetheless persisted and forced the Trump administration to back down to some degree. We don't know for how long or how sincerely, but we do know that the peaceful, persistent, nonviolent action of the people of Minneapolis and throughout the country did prevail over the violence of the Trump administration, at least for now. But that's a lesson that I think we should bear in mind as we continue to struggle with this terrible situation we're facing in this country. I would, one way that you can find information from this presentation by Timothy Shriver is go to the website of his organization called dignity.us. I think it's worth it to take a look at that. I found it very, very interesting, very, very helpful, and you know, including information that is useful here in Brookline as well as elsewhere. So, any other comments from the select board? David.
Yes, I'd like to mention that today, January 27th, marks International Holocaust Remembrance Day, commemorating the 1945 liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration and death camp. While centered on the 6 million Jews murdered by the Nazis, this day also honors millions of other victims, including the Roma and Sinti, persons with disabilities, Soviet prisoners of war, Poles, LGBTQ individuals, political dissidents, and other religious minorities. Educational initiatives led by organizations like UNESCO emphasize the urgent need to combat rising anti-Semitism and to protect universal human rights today.
Thank you, David. That's an important thing to mention to people, because I have not seen as much about it in the press as I would expect to have seen. So, John?
Yes, thank you very much. Perhaps our chair is too modest to have mentioned this himself, so I'm going to mention it, that I thought the Martin Luther King Day observances in Brookline, as always, they have been, were once again, very well worth attending, and very fitting especially in the current circumstances. An excellent program, including two poetry readings, or examples of one reading and one performance, including our own Brookline Poet Laureate and also the Massachusetts Poet Laureate. So you couldn't ask for a more all-star lineup, and I thought it was a great program. The other thing I want to say quickly is someone who I had the privilege to know back in the day when he was very much involved on the Brookline scene as the head of the Brookline Police Association. Mel Seabolt has passed away, and his passing has been noted by some people on the town meeting member listserv who spoke eloquently about what he meant to Brookline. He really was an outstanding public safety official and also an outstanding leader of the Brookline Police Association. So sorry to read about the passing of Mel Seabolt.
Paul.
Yep. Thanks, Bernard. I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our town employees. We just had the most significant snowfall in a long time. And, you know, I personally was home most of the night because I love the snow. And I saw our DPW doing the work to get our streets cleared, working to get sidewalks cleared. I know there's still a lot to do, but it was really an overwhelming amount of snow. And I was heartened as I walked around my neighborhood and then did some driving today to see the number of fire hydrants that were shoveled out. This is, you know, something that we sometimes forget, that those fire hydrants are really critical. And the number of people that were helping neighbors. You know, I think there's something going on with the supply of folks that can come out and help. You know, people shovel their driveways or their walkways and such, just because we've had such an inconsistent snow season over the past few years, and there's just not as many people doing it. So I want to say thank you to all those who have answered the Facebook calls for please come and help me shovel my car out. I did see a lot of neighbors helping neighbors. There's still a lot of outstanding requests, I think, on Brook Online, where people are seeing unshoveled sidewalks. I would just ask people be patient with their neighbors, be patient with the town. It was a huge amount of snow that came down, and we certainly are feeling a crunch of supply. But overall, Chaz, I just want to say thank you to you, to police, fire, DPW for all the work that they're doing. And I know they're doing a lot of work tonight to get ready for school to open tomorrow. I hope 2 days of sledding. I've had about enough. I'm hoping the kids can go to school tomorrow. So thank you so much.
Okay, Chaz, did you want to add something? I see your hand was up.
No, I'm going to let John go ahead of me. Thank you.
Okay, John.
Oh, well, yeah, I apologize. I took my turn already, but I can't resist adding to the list here. Congratulations to Brookline's own Kraft family, but also congratulations to every resident of Brookline who is a true blue Patriots fan, because we've got an exciting game coming up in a couple of weeks, and not for the first time that we've been able to sort of claim a little bit of association with the success of the New England Patriots.
Okay. Chaz.
Very much. I want to thank Paul and everyone for the kind words. The team has really been working very hard out there. We appreciate everyone's patience and forbearance as we work through this. It is a huge undertaking to get the roads clear, and then the snow has to go somewhere. And that's the kind of second aspect of this that we're really working on, is getting the immediate roads clear, then widening the streets so that everything can get clear, so that people are safe when they're out on the road, and then clearing out the large snowdrifts and the sidewalks and the parking lots and all of those things. There's going to be a lot of people working overnight tonight, after having worked a long time on the weekends to make this happen. So thank you all very much. Thank you to the entire team and to the combined snow response teams from police, fire, health, buildings, and especially DPW, who are the leaders and coordinators in this response. So thanks. I also want to flag, in terms of Brookline self-congratulatory. We're finally allowed to announce this after the Mass Municipal Association contest. Brookline won not one, but two awards this year. We won, came in first place. We have the best municipal website for a community of over 60,000 people, and we have the best annual report for a town of over 60,000 people. This is a real tribute to Christina Metcalf, our Chief Communications Officer, who has really taken on this work with a lot of excitement and also, dedication and grace and moving through this stuff. So I really want to shout out Christina for the hard work that she did. I said when we hired Christina, I said, if we don't win this annual award next year, I'm filing an official protest. And she won it. So I'm very grateful for all the hard work that she's done. I'm really, making our communications more effective. That's really what this is about. It's not just a pretty website or a pretty report. When you read the annual report, you realize, wow, there's a lot of good information in here that's very clear, very concise, and very easy to read. And that's a tribute to that work. But I also want to thank Feng Yang, our our CIO, and James Polio, who's one of our web designers. Their work was, but the whole IT team, the whole web team, really just an incredible amount of effort to make the website what it is now. And it's still, more to come. We are continuing to improve our processes and our procedures. It's an ever refining process. So thanks to everyone. It's really nice to get these awards, and it's really nice to recognize what they mean in terms of being able to provide clear and meaningful information to the people who live and work and want to come here. So thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Aaron, and all the other town departments who did such a spectacular job. And get ready for next week because it's coming again, I hear. Okay, and no other comments. Let's move on to public comment. Melanie, could you open up public comment and lay out the rules? And I'd like to read a statement from someone who asked for public comment, but is not in the audience, I don't believe, because of a conflicting meeting. But Melanie?
Okay. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the select board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 1 minute remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages but does not require that remote users turn their video on when commenting. Since we are remote, anybody wishing to speak, please use the raise your hand feature.
Okay, Melanie, can I use the privileges of being the chair to start off by reading a short statement that Neil Gordon asked me to read if he couldn't appear on Bill McGroarty. Doesn't appear that Neil's here, so I'll read it. Neil Gordon, Precinct 1, Town Meeting Member and member of the Advisory Committee. I'm a Vietnam veteran and a member of Brookline's Stephen F. Rutledge, VFW Post 864. I thank the Select Board for adding a resolution acknowledging our retiring Veteran Services Director to its agenda. The draft resolution cites many of Bill's accomplishments. I'll summarize them by just saying this. Those who have worn the uniform know the difference between those who do their jobs well and serve with honor and those select few who do so above and beyond. It's above and beyond that defines the dedication of Bill McGroarty to Brookline and its veterans. For that, I publicly offer him my personal thanks. Okay, and later on, I'll read the resolution that we will vote on for Bill McGroarty.
Okay.
Okay, Melanie?
We
Who
have
else would like
one
to speak?
person raising their hand. Okay, you have been promoted.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Jordan Garrett. I go by JT over here at 40 Center Street in Brookline. I want to repeat what Paul said. A huge shout out to all the DPW workers who've been working so hard overnight all the time. That's been great. I would also just kind of ask this board and DPW leadership to think every single time this snow clearing has been talked about online at this meeting, it's always streets, then remove snow, then sidewalks. Streets, remove snow, sidewalks. There are multiple areas where the town is responsible for sidewalks that clearing hasn't started, and that makes certain roadways completely impassable. We've got pedestrians out here going into slick roadways, people with infants and strollers who have to go around, people who don't have cars because, you know, maybe we can't afford the privilege of having cars over here. So I would just really appreciate if the board, DPW leadership could take a second sometime and think about how could we think about snow clearing in a way that at least appreciates the fact that some people's primary transportation is on foot in a snow emergency and after a snow emergency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comments, Melanie?
I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Okay, so let's move on to our miscellaneous calendar. And start off with the question of approving the meeting minutes from January 6, 2026. Any corrections to those minutes? I sent Kate some minor corrections. Any other corrections that haven't been conveyed to Kate? No? Okay, so I move approval of the meeting minutes for January 6, 2026 as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman. Looks like you said aye. Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, next, I'd like to take items 6B through 6S in omnibus fashion, except for item 6D, I think it is, which is the resolution commending Bill McGroarty, which I'd like to read. So let me start off with that, and then we'll vote on all the items unless someone else would like to pull something out. And I want to read this because, you know, Bill McGroarty was an incredible, is an incredible staff person here in Brookline. And I'm not sure that everyone knows all the things that he does other than emceeing Veterans Day and Memorial Day. Those are just one of the things or two of the things that he does. And people should really know how critically important the other work that he performs for veterans and others are. So this is a resolution of the Brookline Select Board expressing its appreciation to William T. McGroarty for his exemplary service to veterans in the town of Brookline for 21 years as the Director of Veteran Services. Whereas the Brookline Select Board rightfully honors those Brookline employees, residents, and other individuals whose service, civic commitment, and leadership have been shining models of public service that have enriched the lives of residents and enhanced the civic life of our town. And whereas William T. Bill McGroarty has been a paradigm of those qualities for 21 years as the Brookline Director of Veteran Services, and whereas Bill McGroarty served his country for 26 years prior to joining the town of Brookline in the Army and the Army National Guard, achieving the rank of Major in the Army Reserve, and whereas Bill McGroarty's military service included deployment to Fulda, Germany, on the border with East Germany as a border officer in November 1989, the historic period when the Berlin Wall fell and the border between East and West Germany was opened. And whereas upon retiring from the military, Bill McGroarty began his public service as Veterans Outreach Coordinator for the Massachusetts Division of Employment and Training, and later as Director of Veterans Services for the City of Gloucester, and beginning in 2005 as Director of Veterans Services for the town of Brookline. And whereas Bill McGroarty, as Director of Veterans Services, ran a comprehensive social services office for veterans and their dependents, and whereas the invaluable services that Bill McGroarty provided to Brookline veterans and their dependents included assistance in filing for state benefits under Mass General Law, Chapter 115, and federal benefits such as Veterans Administration medical care for service-connected or non-service-connected disabilities and compensation, as well as general assistance to veterans readjusting to civilian life. Whereas Bill McGroarty also provided assistance in obtaining financial resources such as Social Security benefits, emergency funds, and unemployment compensation, social services such as counseling, educational benefits, job searches, housing, medical care referrals, and other social service needs of veterans or their dependents, and important support and assistance such as help obtaining military records and assistance in obtaining burial allowances and widows' pensions. And whereas Bill McGroarty organized and led the highly appreciated Veterans Day and Memorial Day celebrations of the town of Brookline, and whereas Bill McGroarty continues to work closely with Brookline American Legion Post 11 and VFW Post 864 to support their outreach to veterans of all generations and multiple armed conflicts, and to connect them to the services offered by the town of Brookline's Veteran Affairs Office. And whereas Bill McGroarty supported the town of Brookline in multiple ways, in addition to serving as Director of Veteran Services, including as acting as the coordinator of the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, serving as the town's measurer of wood and bark, and providing overall support and relevant advice in a supportive manner to Brookline veterans and other residents and to staff and leadership of town departments. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing, on this 27th day of January, 2026, the Brookline Select Board, on behalf of the town of Brookline, hereby acknowledges, commends, and expresses its deepest gratitude to William T. Bill McGroarty for his many outstanding and sustained contributions to Brookline's veterans, for his many contributions to the general well-being of the town and its residents, and for his meticulous and diligent work for 21 years as the Director of Veteran Services for the town of Brookline. So, sorry for the long reading, but Bill is such an important person here in Brookline. I think it's really important for people who may not know him, except for, as I said, Veterans Day and Memorial Day, to know in detail the work that he has done for veterans and others here in our town. So I apologize for the length, but I think there's a good reason. Paul?
Yeah, Bernard, you missed one whereas clause. I know you covered a lot, but whereas Bill McGroarty is probably one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. He really is just generally a very lovely person. And, we need to include his daughter in that because she really helped him a lot, annually when we're doing the ceremonies and stuff. So, thank goodness for Bill, but he really is a super nice guy.
Yeah, we all agree. Okay. Let's move on then. I'd like to take items 6B through 6S in omnibus fashion, unless someone wants to take another item out for discussion. If not, all in favor of approving items 6B through 6S, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, that ends the miscellaneous calendar. Let's go to the main calendar, and the first item is boards and commissions interviews. We have an applicant for the Commission on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relation. Zariana Kardashian Jones. And I'm missing something that I need to read. Well, I don't have it in front of me. As I usually say, let's see if it's on this. Bear with me, please. Oh, here it is. Okay, as I have done before, I'd like to begin with what I think the select board should be looking for in candidates for public bodies. In general, we should be looking for 4 things. Does the applicant have the skills and background that is required to be successful in the public body? Does the applicant have good ideas and perspectives on the work of the public body? Does the applicant bring relevant diversity to the public body to ensure that all communities and perspectives are represented in the work the public body does on behalf of the town? And 4, can the applicant work effectively and respectfully with other members of the public body and with the town staff that will be working with the public body? To evaluate candidates, we will gather information on these areas from the application submitted, the interview, and from town staff or current members of the relevant public body. So with that, let's start with Ms. Kardashian Jones. Let me see, hold on, let me get my notes in line here. Excuse me, bear with me. Okay, Ms. Kardashian Jones, could you please introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in being a member of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations Commission?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say, I know like they sound alike, and as much as I want to be a Kardashian because of economic reasons, I'm not a
I'm
Kardashian.
sorry.
It's okay. My name is
And by the
Zariana
way, knowing
Kadakashian.
you, you're much better than Kardashians.
No. My name is Zariana Mahamadi Kadakashian. There's no D, it's a K, Jones, but people best know me as Zaria Kadakashian Jones. It's a little easier to pronounce and remember. I also go by Zaria Jones. If you just cannot do that K name, I get it. I really do. I have a quick speech. My grandma says that she knows I'm going to be a good lawyer in the future because I never get tired of my own voice, which I think means I talk too much. So I'm going to try and limit this to a minute or less, but we'll see. So thank you all so much for having me tonight. I want to start by saying I've been following the interviews of other candidates very closely, and I've been genuinely inspired by how many people care about Brookline and how many different paths have brought people here. One story in particular that has stayed with me was Masha's story from a few weeks ago. Hearing Masha share about immigrating from the USSR and how they were able to find community in Brookline, especially alongside other immigrant communities who were building roots here at the time, was really moving. It reminded me of what Brookline can be at its best, a place where people arrive carrying so much history and culture and still find belonging. I want to help ensure that everyone can have a positive experience and be embraced by our community in the way that Masha was. But Masha's story also stayed with me because my family's experience here was very different. My Black and brown family found a home in Brookline after being displaced by a devastating fire that ruined the 2 brownstones they lived in the south end of Boston. They moved here in '78, and at that time were one of 2 Black families in town. My mother and her siblings remember very vividly being targeted by white students, called the N-word, having sticks and rocks thrown at them, and feeling like there were certain parts of town they couldn't safely go to. They remember the scrutiny that my mother faced because of the texture of her hair, and also because my family was interfaith, which was not very common back then. Those experiences shaped my mom, they shaped my grandparents, and they shaped how they raised their children and grandchildren, including me. Not as a lesson in fear, but as a lesson in responsibility to protect each other, to build community on purpose, and to refuse to accept that harm is just how things are. I was introduced to activism and civic engagement at a very young age. My grandfather used to tell me that if you're not an active participant in your community, you're doing a disservice to everyone who came before you, everyone who fought so you could live, work, and be seen in the place that you call home. That ethic has guided me in my volunteering and organizing, from supporting organizations like Planned Parenthood, Bagley, JIMENA, which stands for Jews Indigenous to the Middle East and North Africa, the ACLU, the Trevor Project, and to creating my community group with my friend Adina, Brookline for the Culture. That work has included building community spaces where people of color and people from other marginalized communities are celebrated, and pairing celebration with education, because we can't honor a history like Juneteenth without telling the truth about it. And it's also meant stepping up in a tangible way, local ways like supporting mutual aid efforts in Brookline, including the community fridge network that I help manage to keep neighbors fed. I also want to name that I bring both lived experience and a deep commitment to learning and public service. You have my resume, so you know my educational background, but I have an associate's in economics. I double majored in history and poli-sci at Tufts, with a Middle Eastern concentration, along with some Eastern European concentration work. And I have an MS in global public policy from Suffolk University, which primarily focused on governance, conflict, migration, and political economy in the Middle East. I'm seeking a seat on the Diversity Commission in particular because I will bring to this work a combination of perspective and practice. As a Black Mizrahi Jew, which is not something people have heard of before, really, a member of the LGBTQIA plus community, and a lifelong Brookline resident and organizer, I understand how policy, culture, and everyday experiences collide, especially for people who are marginalized or feel unseen. And I also understand that real equity is not a slogan. It's a measurable thing that is built through listening, accountability, and concrete actions that make people safer, more included, and more able to thrive. If selected, I'll always show up prepared, collaborative, and committed to outcomes. And I will carry with me both Masha's story of belonging and my family's story of what it is taken to demand it. So thank you.
Thank you. That was pretty thorough, and I'm sure we still have questions. So I'll start off with asking you, what are some of the issues that you see in terms of cross-cultural collaboration in a town like Brookline?
Can you rephrase that question? Sorry.
What are some of the issues that you see in terms of impeding or facilitating cross-cultural collaboration in Brookline or a town like Brookline?
Yeah, I think the main issue that I have found is that just no one wants to feel left out. So even when we have proposals about celebrating certain holidays or cultural convenings, a lot of people push back against those things because they're not something that comes from their similar background, or it's not something that they understand. But also, I've just found that we're not able to have really conductive community conversations right now, mostly because a lot of them are taking place online. And it's just a very toxic environment right now. And so I'm hoping by having more cultural convenings in public that people can start to kind of break down some of those guardrails that we've built up amongst community members.
Thank you. Paul, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Bernard. Hi, Zariana. Thank you for your application and great opening statement. That's really
Thank
helpful.
you.
You have a great background. So tell me a little bit about, like, what's the one or two things you'd love to accomplish while being on the commission? Where's the gap? I love this idea about in person. I think we need to get more face to face than keyboard to keyboard. But could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so there's mostly two things that I really would like to see happen if I was selected to be on the commission. So the first is to helping Brookline build a stronger, coordinated approach to commemorations and celebrations, so that communities, as I said, aren't fighting for visibility over one, and so the town isn't kind of reinventing the wheel each year. Warrant Article 15 is a perfect example of how we can do that. Centralized planning, clear responsibility through the ODEICR and the commission, and obviously having adequate funding to celebrate those celebrations. And second, I really want the commission to be known for outcomes and not just like drama, unfortunately, I think has overshadowed a lot of the work of the commission over the past couple years. So things like toolkits and trainings and system that departments and community members can actually use, like guidance on inclusive language, community engagement practices, and how to respond when harm does happen to community members. Something that was super helpful for me, which actually came from the ODEICR, is the large event planning guide, which I didn't know we had. But that's an example of like a toolkit, something that we can utilize to improve community celebrations across Brookline.
Cool, thank you. Outcomes, I like it.
Michael?
Thank you very much, Sariana, for your application. Uh, uh, you already mentioned warrant Article 15, and I was going to ask you about that, but I appreciate your inclusive, centralized approach to that. I don't know if you have any other specific comments about the celebration of LGBTQIA plus Pride Month and the number of holidays that were mentioned within warrant Article 15.
Yeah, I have so much that I've wanted to say about this, and I'm so glad that this was passed. It was something that was really needed in our community. I'm also happy to announce that Brookline for Culture is actually going to host the first townwide Pride event on June 27th. This will be a Saturday, so you'll hear more about that in the next coming months. But the thing that I'm really interested, I just mentioned something about outcomes. I really want us to emphasize more speakers and education angles when it comes to Pride events. Trained speakers, educators, clinicians, youth development professionals to offer guidance on more gender neutral, gender inclusive language. And also, I think Pride Month should include education, just as we've tried to add an education element to events like Juneteenth, including sex education, which is something that everybody doesn't want to touch for some reason, which I think is weird. But sex education initiatives that aren't only catered to or centered on cisgender and heterosexual people. The article calls specifically for pride observation and instruction in public schools. So I think this could be a really great opportunity to focus on LGBTQIA plus history and contributions. And I think that we can extend that into age inclusive and age appropriate health education and safety.
And the other question that I have, and I was actually inspired at the MMA conference when Timothy Shriver talked about how we are judging people all of the time, just as a part of our relationships. How do you think about incorporating a person's intent and a person's impact when judging their words and their actions?
Yeah, this is a really great question and something that we all kind of have to learn. So I tried to my best to like hold two truths at once, which is intent matters, but impact matters a little bit more, in my opinion, especially in a town like Brookline, where our words can affect safety, belonging, and trust amongst community members. So I start by listening, for what the person meant. But obviously, it's not enough just to listen. You think about who was harmed behind the statement. What message did that statement send? Will that statement discourage people from speaking out against certain things? Obviously it's okay to disagree with people and have a difference in opinion, but going straight to labeling someone as malicious is a little harmful. So focusing on accountability, all of our moms say it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And for me, people might disagree. My goal is really not to win arguments or to prove that I'm correct. It's mostly just to reduce harm, which I think is something that we need to be emphasizing, particularly over the last 3 years or so.
Thank you.
John?
Thank you. And thank you, Zaria, for applying for the commission. I have to say, I have been so impressed with the more recent years of the Juneteenth observances and the celebration at Florida Ruff and Ridley. And I wonder if you could just give folks a little bit of insight as to how that came together and your role in it, because I know from personal experience you were very, very much in it, and I was very glad to see how successful it turned out to be. And if people didn't sort of experience this themselves, was it the most recent one or the one before that that the temperature was like 99 degrees?
It's
And
been 99 or above the last 2 years, so
yeah,
fingers crossed it's
and yet
not this year.
the crowds that turned out and they had fun. I mean, it was an amazing event.
Thank you so much for that, John. First, I want to start by just thanking you all so much for all of your continued support, particularly Chaz and Bernard, who had to kind of wrangle some of us behind the scenes a little bit, but we were able to get on track. I think that's an understatement. But no, I had been celebrating Juneteenth all my life. My mother's father is originally from North Carolina, and originally from North Carolina, and then spent more of his formative years in Detroit, Michigan. Juneteenth was always a holiday that we celebrated, and so I thought that having a Juneteenth celebration in Brookline would be really remarkable for people who haven't been able to experience a Juneteenth on their own. So I threw the first Juneteenth celebration back in 2020 before it was actually a federal holiday. And it was really great. Unfortunately, we did not have as many people because we were still in the middle of a pandemic, but at the height of the pandemic. But we had a really great turnout. And through that, the town of Brookline, and obviously with the holiday becoming a federal holiday, fingers crossed it remains a federal holiday, but we shall see. Began to celebrate Juneteenth year after year, and there were multiple groups that were celebrating Juneteenth in different ways, and it just shows how much enthusiasm the holiday has gained over the years. And over the past 3 years, Brookline for the Culture has been one of the leading organizations and community groups helping plan that event. There's so much work that goes into that. I think we start maybe 4 to 5 months. We actually just had our first meeting on Sunday. We try our best to start about 4 to 5 months before to make sure that we have everything planned, including safety plans. We have ADA accessible equipment for people who need special bathrooms. Making sure that if we are going to have 100-degree day, which we have had the last 2 years in a row, that we have wet slip and slides for the kids so that they're not burning in the summer. And yeah, so there's a lot that goes into all of that. And I'm always happy to speak about that and other programming that we offer and other events that we plan throughout the community. But really, it's a big thank you to the town and Parks and Rec, ODICR in particular. Sarah Kaplan's been really great. So yeah.
Well, and thank you for bringing it off so beautifully last several years. Thank you.
Thank you.
David?
Hi, thank you for your application. I notice in your resume you mentioned that you have managed over a dozen high-impact projects that increase civic engagement and strengthened organizational equity outcomes. I'm wondering if maybe you'd like to highlight a couple of those and what it is you did to achieve it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you all, I shouldn't say you all, but for most of you, you know that I worked at the Brookline Community Foundation for 4 years. I actually just left. I transitioned to a new role at the Boston Foundation. But one of our biggest programs was the Racial Equity Grant Program, which aimed to support the BIPOC community following the COVID-19 pandemic. So it was the first time that we had something called participatory grant making. Participatory grant making means that you are taking people from the marginalized communities that you are aiming to serve and kind of putting them into the decision-making chair. So we took a number of BIPOC community members. We paid them, almost like on a focus group initiative, to hear the direct feedback about needs that they were experiencing, gaps in social services, social networks throughout the community here in Brookline, that they needed assistance with, that their communities needed assistance with. We took all of that feedback and we built out the Racial Equity Grant Committee. So again, bringing people from marginalized communities, putting them in the decision-making seat, letting them know that they do have power, even in a community like Brookline, where I think the Black population's about 1%. I don't have the exact numbers on me for the other BIPOC
3.7%.
communities. Thank you. 3.7%. So it's gone up a little bit. But yeah, so there's a number of initiatives that I've done at the Brookline Community Foundation. I was also the lead project manager behind our guaranteed income pilot that we launched in collaboration with the Brookline Housing Authority, and Up Together, which is a nationwide guaranteed basic income program institution that helps organizations like the Brookline Community Foundation launch guaranteed basic income programs. And hopefully you all will get to see those results through our ARPA reporting soon, if you haven't already, so that you can hear about the impact of some of those programs on our neighbors here in Brookline. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Zaria, thank you for your answers to the questions as well as your introductory remarks, which were very thorough and told us a lot. We will be making appointments to the commission at some point in the future. We'll let you know.
Great. Thank you all so much for having me, and I hope you all stay warm. It's really cold outside, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, let's see. Okay, next is a grant of location. It's a 7 o'clock hearing. We're a little late. I apologize. Grant of location for Edgemont Street, a public hearing. So who is going to, this is an N-Star Electric Company doing business as Eversource, of course. And they're putting in an underground conduit on Amory Road, Amory Street, and Edgemont Street. And I guess I'll read the question before. It's a question of approving the petition of N-Star Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy for permission to construct any location for underground conduit on Amory Street, southwesterly and northwesterly from the existing manhole number 9500 at the intersection with Edgemont Street, a distance of approximately 15 feet to Edgemont Street, and in Edgemont Street, northwesterly and southwesterly from Amory Street, a distance of approximately 137 feet to private property at 14 Edgemont Street. I hope that's informative. So who do we have from Eversource to speak?
Hello, this is Chanel Grant from Eversource Energy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Although, yeah, if you can speak a little louder, I think it'd be better.
Oh, okay. Let's see. The volume. Yeah. Okay, turn it up a little more. To the highest. Okay, can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
Okay, so this is a continuation from the last hearing. Yes, we're installing 154 feet of conduit from westerly manhole 9500 in Embry Street onto Egmont Street to private property at number 14, installing 154 conduit. So we did hear back from Mr. Bollinger, and they would like to move forward this project. And we did speak with him, and we answered a lot of his questions, and they would like to move forward on this project.
Okay, Mr. Bollinger was a butter, or not a butter, member of the condo association that raised some questions. And Chaz is indicating that, as you said, they were resolved, and you know, we can move forward with this grant of location.
Yes,
Paul?
yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chanel. I just, I wanted to just get some clarification on this. Typically, these are handled at, the public hearing, the subcommittee, whatever we're calling it. And this was brought forward. Why was it continued, Chaz?
So yeah, so we held a public hearing on this, and at this public hearing, a member of the public stood up and said, "I'm the chair of the condo association for this building, and I don't recall us applying for this." And so it came as a surprise to the condo association that Eversource was talking about building this upgrade, and of course there would be a cost to the condo association. So they we said, let's put this on hold. Let's get to the bottom of who applied for this and why. Let's make sure that the buildings that it's meant to benefit actually want the benefit. And if so, are willing to pay the cost and do all of those things. Maybe, our guess at the time was, well, maybe an eager resident said, well, I really want to upgrade my the power grid, and put in the request to Eversource, and Eversource started doing the work, not realizing that it wasn't the condo association making the request. But ultimately, my understanding is, after conversations between Eversource and the condo association, as well as with some of the abutters who were just concerned about the scale of the project, that ultimately those concerns were addressed. But we said, let's continue the public hearing, so you will have an opportunity if there are members of the public that wish to be heard on this. But yes, this is one of those instances where, when the licensing panel encounters something that we can't resolve, or we think that is worth escalating, we escalate to you. And so that's where we are here.
So who's the requester? Who's requesting the upgrade? Was it the condo association or someone else?
So officially, the condo association is now requesting the upgrade, but Kellyanne Correa is also from Eversource, and she can speak a little bit about the mystery here. Although we have to be, we can't, my understanding is that Eversource can't necessarily provide us with the details of private applications, but they can give us a little bit of the color on this.
Okay.
Okay, Kellyanne Correa?
Hi, this is Kelly Correa from Eversource. So basically, as it was explained, the public hearing was opened. The member of the condo board didn't realize they were going forward with it. So originally what happened was the association was interested in possibly upgrading their network and bringing EV charging stations. So they did contact Eversource. We met on site with our customer care person, our engineer, their electrician, and a member of the condo board. So it kind of just progressed from there. We went ahead and designed everything. They've had some of the paperwork there. I think it just progressed without realizing they hadn't actually confirmed, yes, go ahead and do this. So at the public hearing, that's what was brought up. So we did ask to have the hearing continued to the select board meeting. Tonight, we had originally intended to ask you guys to continue this hearing to the end of February, because they had a condo association meeting and then an owners meeting coming up within the next couple of weeks. However, the condo board contacted me this morning and said they did speak with all the owners, and the association has agreed they do want to move forward with the project. So I did also speak with the abutter who had some questions. I submitted written answers to those questions also to the town today. So I think we've addressed everybody's concerns as to the scope of work, what the project is. The board has agreed they want to move forward. So now we're just respectfully requesting our grant location be approved.
Bernard, can I ask one follow-up question?
Sure.
So thanks, Kelly. That's really helpful. And I can hear you, which is great. So do the abutters can they also take advantage of the increase in the capacity here if they want to do EV charges as well, or would that be a separate project?
So yeah, so that was Mr. Franco's question, the abutter to this property that appeared at the hearing before. This upgrade will address the condo units for Thatchmont condominiums. There will be charging stations in the parking lot there between the two buildings. As far as any kind of upgrade to the Amory condos or apartments that Mr. Franco lives in, they would actually have to contact Eversource and say, here's what we want to do on our property. And then we would take a look and see what our network is. Maybe they're fed from the same manhole we're digging from right now, and the capacity will be there that we can use those conduits we're installing now. But if they're fed from a different direction, a different manhole on the other side, that's something we just explore at the time they ask, and it would depend on the load and what kind of services they're requesting. I actually did have that conversation with Mr. Franco, and I did send him the information on how to initiate an inquiry or a work order with our company if they are interested.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, unless there are any other questions from the select board, I'd like to, see Michael Rubenstein. Michael, you're
Yes,
muted.
yeah, I just have a procedural question. And that is, since we are continuing the public hearing, do we have to like reopen the public hearing and offer opportunities for the public to speak now?
Yes,
That's,
yeah, go ahead, Jess.
Okay,
sorry, no, that's how it works. Yes.
okay, thank you.
Okay, unless there are any other questions, Melanie, let's open up the public hearing. And let's see if anyone wants to speak.
I don't see anyone raising their hands to speak.
Okay. Okay, so there are no one wanting to speak. I will close the public hearing and see if the board has any further questions. If not, we will go for a vote. Okay, seeing none, I move approval of the petition of NStar Electric Company doing business as Eversource for permission to construct a location for underground conduit, as was described by Eversource. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman. Looks like David's saying aye. For the
Yes.
record, he said aye. Okay. Michael Rubenstein and chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay, next item is thank you. Okay. Next item is discussion of fiscal year 2027 budget processes, timelines, and calendar. Chaz?
Thank you. Just wanted to provide an update to the board because I know there's been just questions of processes that go on in terms of where we are with the budget and how the budget process intersects with the work of the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee that's currently ongoing. As many on the board know, the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee is currently operating 3 separate subcommittees addressing questions about the town, the schools, and things beyond the kind of horizon of the immediate next 3 years. What are called the Futures Subcommittee? What are things that can be done in the long-term investments that can be made in terms of fiscal stability for the town. Those subcommittees are producing segments of subcommittee reports that would come back to the main committee. The main committee would then review that and produce its own, central report with those subcommittee reports as appendices, along with any minority reports and additional information they may wish to provide. The end goal of that, as the committee has continued to discuss, there has been some appetite for that committee, which was not initially intended to be a standing committee to potentially continue on in some fashion and potentially continue on in terms of just oversight and providing support in terms of the recommendations that it's making to ensure public follow-up that what the community is asking is being done. And so that work is continuing. But along with that, in parallel, is the traditional budget process that we go through in preparation for fiscal year 27, which begins on July 1st of this calendar year, 2026. So our budget process will kick off in earnest. Our budget process kicked off in earnest in September. So let's be clear, we've been working for some time on the budget. And even prior to that, we've been having conversations about what capital projects are coming up on the horizon and so forth. But what really triggers, for bylaw purposes, the budget starting gun is the publication of the governor's budget. The governor is obligated to produce a budget on the 4th Wednesday of January, which, if you're keeping score, is tomorrow. The governor previewed that budget in as much as it applies to towns and cities at the Massachusetts Municipal Association conference. And then the so-called cherry sheets were published that gave us a sense of how much traditional unrestricted government aid and Chapter 70 funds we're getting. The Chapter 70 funds are intended to fund schools. Unrestricted general government aid is intended to fund municipalities writ large. Brookline, as you know, goes through this process of combining those funds into general revenue and then allocating them according to the town school revenue split, which gives roughly 59% to the schools and 41% to the other municipal departments. Once that happens, according to our bylaws, we have 2 weeks to produce the budget or the budget book, which is the product of the town administrator team and the budget staff. And so we are in the process of making that happen with the assumption that the 11th is likely going to be the date that we're moving forward on that. Publishing that, we tend to publish that both online through OpenGov and in a hard copy book for anyone who wants it. We published that to the advisory committee and the select board, but it is a public document. It's readily available. Members of the public can look at that. As part of that document, we will be framing out an initial recommendation for a potential budget override. This is not the final version of an override. It is not even the final version of a recommendation of the Expenditures and Revenues Study Committee. So I want to be very clear. We're not trying to step on the toes of the ANRSC process. It's just that by law, we have to publish a budget. The budget has to balance. And so this budget process will really be two documents. And I'm sorry, I just realized we're not on the 11th. I actually think the deadline is is over the weekend. So we are going to aim to publish on the 13th, not the 11th. I apologize. I misread the bylaw there. But so we will be publishing and then printing the document over the weekend. But as part of that, we are effectively putting two budgets together. One of these is a budget that we would have if no override was on the ballot or no override passed. And one would have a recommendation for if there was an override question on the ballot, how much of that would go to the town and what would it fund? As we've been saying during the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee process, this is not a Cadillac override. This is a Ford Taurus override. This is a meat and potatoes override proposal. The town's stated budget gap has remained relatively stable as we've seen numbers come in. The governor's budget has not provided meaningful relief in that regard. Despite the Massachusetts Municipal Association flagging that in real dollar terms, an amount of unrestricted general government aid has actually decreased over the last 20 years. The reality of the situation in the state is that we are in a terrible budget crunch. And so the state is not running to our rescue. And so we are still in that $2.8, $2.9 million range without taking initial sort of countermeasures. But what I will say, just to preview for the community and to you as the select board, is that as part of this budget, we're going to shift our assumptions. There are two big assumptions that we have not been making in talking to the public that we are now going to make in the budget book. The first is that we will reduce the capital improvement plan allocation from revenues from 6.6%, which is the policy target that the select board recently increased and set, back down to 6%, which is what it was beforehand. As a practical matter, this frees up revenue that then goes into the general revenue fund, but it tightens the CIP considerably, the capital improvement program quite considerably, at a time when there are a lot of competing asks on that program. But under the circumstances, we think that that's the balance that we need to strike, and we will discuss that more in the budget book. But I just want to flag for people that when we have talked about our gap of around $2.9 million, we've not been pulling that lever. When we pull that lever, the gap is going to drop. It will come out to something more like $2.2, $2.1 million, because that's a significant amount of revenue that then flows back through the town school revenue split and into the town side of the into both the town and the school side. The other recommendation that we have not factored in that we are going to make the assumption of in the budget book is that we will hold our OPEB contribution stable rather than increasing it. Um, our other post-employment benefits, OPEBs, is predominantly healthcare for retirees. We are significantly behind in terms of fulfilling our ongoing obligations there, and so we have to continue to spend money in order to get the money necessary to fulfill those obligations. Our balance is around 30%, a little bit higher than 30%. Of the total amount of the fund that needs to be fully funded there. But among other things, one, even though that sounds dire, 30%, it's actually better than some other communities. Two, holding the policy is to increase by $250,000 every year. So if we don't do that, it's not stopping contributions altogether. It's not dropping them to zero. It's just holding at where we currently are, which still means that we are making payments towards that liability. We're just not increasing our contributions. So we are making that assumption. And that frees up on the town side about $100,000. So again, talking about going down from 2.9 to around 2.2 to $2.1 million in terms of where the gap is. Again, balancing that out with we will be tinkering with that number right up until the book is published. We continue to do what we can to evaluate where we see revenues coming in, where we see potential expenditures hitting us, where we think our healthcare costs are going to be. The big sort of Damocles that is going to be hanging over this budget process that we are not going to know by the time this book is published is how much our health insurance rates are going to go up. We have a firm estimate from our consultants that number would be around 12% and will be 12% going forward. That makes the assumption that a lot of things stay the same. We are part of the GIC, this group insurance consortium that really with it basically pools together the risks of several communities and state or entities in order to get a more favorable insurance rate. That has stood us in better stead than some communities that are going it alone or are part of different consortiums. With that said, GIC is considering changes to its programs. The largest of these changes would be to stop offering GLP-1 drugs for weight loss altogether. Currently, the consortium does have that. They run it through a program that ensures that people who want to be on these drugs or who need to be on these drugs follow a regime of an appropriate healthcare regime and stay on them for as long as they need to, but also are, they're held to a standard. You don't just get the drug if you want it. You have to be part of this program. But it's my understanding that at this point, GIC is considering going the way of several other healthcare companies and stopping coverage of GLP-1s for weight loss. They would still be covered for diabetes and other conditions that they're indicated for, but not for weight loss. And if that were to happen, that would be a significant shift in our healthcare liability. It wouldn't solve our budget problems. There's no one silver bullet that's going to solve our budget problems, but our numbers would look different. We don't know how different, but it would bring the percentage growth in healthcare costs down. Now, the question is really, is that benefit worth it, given the benefits that our employees have seen from these drugs? The fact that, even as early as this year, the leadership of the GIC was saying, look, you pay for these people now or you pay for them later. You pay for people who need this healthcare now, or you will pay for the comorbidities of folks who can't lose the weight, suffering those consequences. And so I don't know where they're going to come out on that, but I do want to flag for folks that that is an area of uncertainty that we are tracking in the budget and that we will not have that information by the time we publish the budget book. And so that's just a flag. and we will see where we go from there. I'm just going to pause here before we talk about the rest of the budget process, because I see Paul has his hand raised. I want to make sure if folks have
Paul.
questions about how we get to the budget book in the next several weeks, that we can answer those.
Great. Paul, you have a question?
Yeah, and Jess, you may answer this if you continue, but a couple of quick questions. I'll give you all of them, then I'll be quiet. The first is the reduction in the CIP in order to fill operating revenue. It would be one, and also the holding the OPEB stable and not adding the 250 per year. Did that go through the Revenue and Expense Committee, or have they discussed that? Are they going to recommend that?
So we've discussed it with them. It's part of the town subcommittee report process that's going through now.
Okay.
We're making that assumption because in several conversations with folks, we have not heard any meaningful objection to that. We've talked it through, but we're making the assumption, but we are not stepping on the committee's process. That is ultimately a recommendation that they make.
And the reason why I just raised that, and I know you know this, but it's worth saying that a reduction in our CIP, our capital, inevitably ends up showing up as higher cost of maintenance. Either it's for roadways or buildings or whatever it is. We kicked the can down the road, and we had been making some good progress. I was excited to support the 6.6%, specifically because of roadways. So and you don't need to answer now, but it'd be really helpful to understand when this comes to us, what are we giving up? What is not going to be maintained? What's going to be maintained less? And if we can forecast what that may translate into higher expenses, I'd hate to see us go backwards. This feels going backwards to me. And then the $10 million question. I don't know what millions of dollars question it is, but schools is a huge component of this. And where the clock is ticking on trying to help educate the community as to the what, where, and why of a school potential operating override. Where do we stand with that? And I hope we're not going to go to the statutory limit of when a number can be put forward.
They're great questions. I'll try and take them in turn. With regard to the CIP, yes, it is tough to try and balance those things out. We are giving up capacity to do other things. But I think one of the silver linings to this is the process that you, Paul, and Mike Sandman went through with DPW in terms of the pavement management plan. We're seeing dividends in that. We're seeing our money go further, whereas before we were not. It's not that we weren't seeing our money, work towards it, but it's that we now have a maintenance program for roadways in particular that we think is yielding positive results in terms of the overall condition of our roadways, and not just, that then has a knock-on impact, for example, sidewalks, bike lanes, other forms of transportation. So we are seeing that benefit, and we want to see more data from that process. This is really the first full year that it's going to be in effect. This past year has been the first full year that it's been in effect. And we want to see how we're doing. So I agree with you that it's hard to think of that in terms of lost opportunity, but I also think efficiencies that we are working through are yielding results, and so hopefully we're mitigating some of that loss. Any dollars that we're not spending on capital is a hard thing, given the amount of things that we want to be doing. But I will say the efficiencies are bearing fruit, and that's good.
We're certainly not going to efficiency our way out of a 50 to 100 million backlog in roadways. So, Chess, just if you can come with a specific list of these are the things that we're not going to do, would be really helpful to understand what the trade-off is.
Sure. And then, the other question is, where are the schools in this? The superintendent last week presented revised projections based on reductions in efficiencies that she wants to make. We're still puzzling out. We're still working with them to puzzle out what that means from our projection standpoint. Their take on that is it's roughly a $6.5 million gap. We just need to work that out with them. We need to and that's for FY27 alone. So as part of our budget process, their budget book is going to publish shortly before ours does. But we're going to be speaking with them to just true up those numbers, make sure everything is correct, and look at and try and project out from there to FY29 what the number is. So I know people have been very anxious to see, and we've been anxious to see where is that going to land, and what are we going to, what is that top line number going to be? I'm hopeful based on those conversations that things are moving in the right direction. I still think it's going to be a significant number. I still think both town and schools are going to have a significant number. I don't know if we're going to get to, the last override was a $12 million override. The town's number of 5.3 million is based on the town's number from last time adjusted for inflation. The town's number was 4.995. It was almost 5 million. So 5.3 adjusted for inflation. And it's structured a little differently. And we can talk about that in the process as the process continues. I think the school's number is going to be a little higher. And so we're just going to need to see what that is and how that ultimately winds up. But the good news is whereas before we were hearing nothing, now we are seeing concrete numbers, and that's going to result in concrete ask in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
John?
Yes, thank you very much. On the OPEB question, help me just to refresh my memory of how this works. We currently are paying $250,000, we're putting $250,000 into the budget over and above what we actually owe, we think we're going to owe in terms of payouts over the course of a year. Is that right?
No, sorry. So we set an amount that we're going to pay out every. So we have both the amount that we're paying to satisfy current liabilities and the amount that we're paying to try and pay the back liability. As we pay that back liability, your policy says every year increase that payment by $250,000. So you set yourself on a constantly increasing path towards paying that liability down. But what we're recommending through this process is that you pause that. You keep that contribution flat rather than increase it by $250,000.
Have we actually been making progress in seeing the back liability go down?
Yes.
We have.
Slowly but surely. Yes.
Yes, and will that reverse at this point if we don't put in the additional $250,000 a year?
No, we continue to try and stave that back, and I think the other big portion of this is, as what Paul said, with the gap in terms of conditions. This gap is large, and we know realistically that the biggest dent that you're going to be able to make in it is when the outstanding pension liability is satisfied, and that's not going to be for a few years yet. So we want to pay that down. Obviously, we want to get closer and do what we can. But the OPEB number is smaller than the pension number. It's just that we're further away from satisfying it. And so we are going to make progress. It's going to be slow progress. And then when the pension liability is satisfied, that progress will increase markedly, is our hope.
We're not putting the $250,000 additional in, put our bond rating in jeopardy by, at all?
We don't think so. We are in constant contact with Moody's and the other rating agencies, and our take has continually the response that we get from them is that the name of the game is reserves, and satisfying your pension liability, having enough money to be able to withstand a financial shock, and being mindful and paying down your larger outstanding liability by the deadline that the state has set for us to do so. There is no deadline to pay down our OPEB liability. And so Moody's, obviously looks at that. They don't want us to be paying nothing. They don't want that to just be sitting there, because that then just it eats into what you can pay, everything else. But you want to be making progress towards that, but they're not, because it's not like with the state, where the state has said by 2040 your outstanding pension liabilities must be paid.
Yeah. A couple of more questions, if I may. So the insurance that we offer through the GSE, do those plans have deductibles?
Yes.
They do. Has any examination been made of whether we could cut into the increase in the insurance impact on the budget by raising the deductibles?
They set the deductibles. We don't. And that factors into their overall, cost increase. And so I will say, just based on, anecdotal evidence we're hearing from other communities and from, just people around, copays are going to go up, and all sorts of, deductibles are likely to increase depending on the plan you have. But that's not a benefit we typically realize, because it's baked into the whole. That's part of the plan structure. We don't pay for that. We don't see the benefits of that directly. We pay for the plan.
Yeah.
We pay for 83% of the plan, and in most cases, and our employees pay for 17%.
And
Michael?
is
sorry.
that on the table? The 8317?
We continue to have those conversations. I am, I don't want to get ahead of negotiations, but I will say I continue to have good conversations. We're the history of this has always been, can we look at this? And the answer has been no. Now the answer is more nuanced. So it's not a no. It's a, what are you actually proposing here? What is the benefit? How do we sell this to how do we make it clear to the community and employees that the benefit here of asking people to take on a little more in terms of gets pulled out of your take home pay is actually going
Yeah.
to benefit you. So
Okay.
those are the questions we're working through.
Okay, thanks.
Michael?
So lifting up on that question a little bit, can you talk a little bit about whatever sort of risks there are or uncertainties there are with regard to any of our union negotiations over the period of the override?
Is a concern, and it's one of the things that I've been trying to build risk into the town side of the override, without necessarily saying in a clear fashion, this is, this is where we are. This is where we think we're going to be. Unlike with the schools and with some of the other public sector unions in Massachusetts, if you are a public safety union, if you are police or fire, and you reach an impasse with your community, you can take the community to arbitration, and that arbitration is binding, in the sense that once a decision is made, the community, the town or city that's been the subject of it can't advocate against it. They have to take it to the approving body and say, we recommend you approve this. And only if that body says, no, we're not going to approve this, can it not be approved. And in practice, it has happened, with other communities, but it doesn't happen often. The arbitration process does mean that in practice, negotiate, there may be situations where an outside body disagrees with how much money they think that a community can provide. We try very hard to argue with our arbitrators that it's not appropriate to consider whether or not a community would pass an override, in considering the ability of a community to pay for a contract. But unfortunately, they have taken that into consideration in the past. We don't think that's particularly fair, but that's the reality of the situation. So in this case, what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to build what we call an override stabilization fund into the budget, which is, we know that there are costs that are not going to come online in this request until later in the 3-year cycle, in particular the fire contract, that has a long tail that comes online in FY28. If we tax to the levy limit, as opposed to what we've done in the past, which is step it up as we need it, in the first year, that provides us with a cushion of funds, an override stabilization fund, so that if unexpected expenses hit, like an unfavorable arbitration decision, we're able to pay for that out of that stabilization fund and keep the commitment to the voters, saying, because I know one of the concerns that people have raised about the prior override is, well, you passed this huge override, and then the next year you were making budget cuts. And why were you making budget cuts? And the answer was healthcare. And we got a police contract that was very favorable to us in terms of what we wanted it to do, but it cost more than we wanted it to cost. And It was because the alternative was to go to arbitration and risk an even worse deal that would not have gotten us, for example, out of civil service, which is really what we wanted. And so that's the aim here, is to sort of a long answer to your question. I'm sorry, but yes, we know we are taking that into consideration. It is an important part of this. It means structuring the potential override a little differently, and that's one of the big questions that ENRSC is going to look at and say whether or not does that play out? Does that make sense? Does those numbers check out? Or should we recommend what we've done in the past, which is more of a tiered phasing in?
Yeah, David?
A similar question to Michael's. You just addressed the implications of union contracts over the life of the next 3 years on the town side. On the school side, the 6.5 million figure, is that including an estimate of any increases that might result from current negotiations with the BEU?
My understanding is yes.
Okay.
But that said, it's an estimate. They have not settled the contract. So
Okay. You still have your hand up, David? Okay. Any other questions or issues to discuss?
Bernard, I had one, if I may.
Sure.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, it seems to me we're maybe going to be in the position of having to vote up or down on whether there should be an override on the ballot with an amount in it, but without necessarily being able to guarantee that that is the amount that will go on the ballot.
the good news is no. In terms of the next kind of steps in this, the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee is working very diligently towards finalizing a report as soon as possible. And their target now is early March. The last possible Tuesday that you could actually, it's not just the last possible Tuesday, it's the last possible day you could vote to put a question on the ballot is March 31st, Tuesday, March 31st. It's our goal to have ENRSC's recommendation to you at the start of March so that you can have in hand, you can review it, you can hold a public hearing, you can analyze and have a discussion with those committee members about the process and the recommendations. And then ultimately you can vote if you feel comfortable on the 24th, so that there's room in the event that there are additional decisions that need to be made. And then if you need to have that fallback date on whether or not to put something on the ballot, you have the 31st, although that would be cutting it very close. And so the target date for putting something on the ballot is the 24th. And the aim is that you will have the form, by that point, the process will have concluded. You will have the recommendation of expenditures and revenues. You will have conducted your own analysis on that, and you will have the final say in what goes on the ballot and at what amount. I will say the one thing that we can't do on in a ballot question necessarily is structure it. So what goes on the ballot can vary. It can vary, and we can have this discussion in more depth as we get closer to it. But usually Brookline's question has been rather simple, which is, do you approve of adding X to the levy limit for general government and school purposes? Yes or no? And then, just in the materials and the description and so forth, the advocacy talks about, do we want that phased in over time? How is that going to impact your taxes and so forth? But what people see in that is a bottom line number. The last override said, do you approve of allowing the town to raise its levy limit by $11.98 million in order, X for the schools, Y for the town, in order for that to, and there was no discussion in the question itself of how to phase it in. So I just do want to flag for folks that the text of the ballot question is important, and how it is structured. Sometimes how it's structured versus how it's implemented are sometimes two different questions.
Okay.
Chaz, if the 31st is the last day that we have to put an override on the ballot, is that, do you really mean April 1st at 5 p.m.? Or is
I
it
mean,
31st at midnight?
March 31st at midnight at 11:59 p.m. is your deadline.
Okay, and how do we communicate to, I guess, the clerk that,
So I believe last override you went all the way to the wire, or close to it. And in that instance, the clerk was standing by. I had been in the room. I gave him we gave him the vote, and handed it to him. So it was transmitted to the clerk at that exact moment. So if we need to have that process clear, we will make sure that there's no room for doubt there.
okay. And we can do that before the meeting ends, I think. Okay. Okay, any other questions? Thank you for a thorough discussion of these issues.
Mhm.
or
Be back with more,
presentation
and
of these issues.
your meeting with the advisory, joint meeting with the advisory committee will be on the 17th of February, and that's when the budget book will be presented in full. So we'll try and make it as entertaining as possible.
Can I ask one question, Bernard? Just follow
Sure.
up based on what Ches just said. And Ches, that budget book would be if the operating override passed?
It will have both scenarios in it. It will have a yes
Oh.
and a no scenario.
It will. Okay, so I'll have both. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on to our next item, which is the Center Street lot update. This should be a quick discussion. I doubt it. Okay, is that going to be presented by Meredith? Meredith, you there?
Jessica.
You're muted.
We're
Sorry.
promoting. Sorry.
I think Jessica DeRoy will be kicking things off, and Mike Sandman and Chris Dempsey will be presenting.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to just sort of introduce them. That's all right. I see Chris Dempsey. How you doing, Chris?
Mr. Chair, doing very well. Nice to see you.
I'm glad to hear that. So who's going to start?
Jessica's going to start. We're trying to get her.
Oh,
Promoted. We'll get her and Michael Salmon promoted. There we go.
Apologies, I wasn't able to unmute myself and didn't have access to chat. So good evening. My name is Jessica DeRoy. I'm Senior Economic Development and Long-Term Planner for the town of Brookline. I'm here tonight to help answer questions and do the slide deck administration for Mike Sandman, who is the chair of our Center Street Lots Committee that was appointed by Select Board about a year ago. We've hit the ground running for the last 12 months or so to complete the Center Street Lots study and are here to present the process that we have gone through and what our findings are. So I will turn it over to Mike Sandman and get this screen shared.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Also, I'd like to make sure that my co-chair, Shauna Giora Gorfine, is promoted as well because she is going to be speaking. So if we can take a moment for that. And is Shauna there yet? I can't see the full.
I'm here to have been promoted, yes. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. So good evening. I'm Mike Sandman, chair of the Center Street Parking Lot Study Committee, and with me now are Committee Vice Chair Shauna Giora-Gorfine, Economic Development Long-Term Planner Jessica DeRoy, who you've just met, and Chris Dempsey, who I think you know well. Chris has been our consultant and is a partner in Spec Dempsey. Every member of our committee, I want to say, committed really very, very thoughtfully. I think this is one of the best committees I've ever had the pleasure of working with in Brookline. We had, in addition to that, input from hundreds of people through a survey and a presentation that filled the Coolidge Corner main theater, theater number 1, last September. And we came out of this envisioning that a public-private partnership with the developer would be possible, so that a developer would incur the preponderance of development costs for the concept that the committee endorsed, I believe, by a vote of 10-2. And the developer would lease the land. And we think we have something that's really exciting for Brookline to work with. And we're asking you to take the first of several steps further to move along the path outlined in our report. Shauna and I are going to be a tag team through 14 slides, and then we'll respond to your questions. So, Shauna?
Thank you so much, Mike. It is my pleasure to present to you this evening. After our committee's year-long study of the Center Street East and West lots, this evening we are excited to present the Center Street lots final report and the committee's recommendation. We're requesting the Select Board's endorsement of the side lot design concept, which you'll see shortly, and approval to proceed with the consultant's implementation roadmap. We also recommend developing and implementing a wayfinding system based on the Coolidge Corner parking study to determine the actual parking need of whatever is eventually built here in the Center Street lots. Could I have the next slide, please? Thanks. As one of our first orders of business, our committee refined and adopted a set of 5 guiding principles, which you have in your agenda packet. Broadly, these address continued access to the lots for business owners and other lot users, inclusive community engagement, environmental sustainability, alignment with Brookline's plans and priorities, including the comprehensive plan, and a pragmatic fiscal approach, which Mike alluded to in terms of a public-private partnership. Throughout our public engagement process, our committee and the consultant team identified 3 universal characteristics that were to be incorporated into the design concept: in preserving the available parking supply, maintaining space for the Brookline Farmers Market, and enhancing the overall public realm, including walkability and ADA accessibility through Coolidge Corner. Mike, would you like to?
So this is a map of the study area, covering just under 2.5 acres with 192 parking spaces between the 2 lots. To help orient you, Beacon Street runs along the lower right. At the top are the arcades, CVS, and other stores facing Harvard Street. And down toward the bottom is the Center Street lot where the farmers market takes place. Next slide, please. The Center Street lots were designed with pedestrian access in mind, and you can see that there are several through routes for pedestrians, but those routes are interrupted by parked cars, by the curbs that divide the parking bays, and even though it's the most widely used public space in Brookline, the Center Street lots are the least pedestrian-friendly public spaces in the town. Pedestrian access is really fundamental. It's not just for people who have mobility issues of some sort. When we get out of our cars, all of us are pedestrians. The concept the committee recommends would restore through walkways for pedestrians, make those walkways accessible for all ages, people with mobility limitations, people pushing strollers. So I'm going to let that sit there just for a second. Okay, next slide, please. The committee recommends that you endorse.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mike. Oh, sorry. The committee recommends that you, the select board, endorse the side lot design scenario through the implementation phase, asking both for-profit and non-for-profit developers to respond to a non-binding request for information. Our recommendation is based on public support for this design, numerous benefits in the areas of housing, walkability, expansion of our commercial tax space, in alignment with the town's planning and policy objectives. The next slide, I just urge you also to read the 2 minority reports that were included in your agenda packet. These reports are helpful in demonstrating the wide range of experiences and perspectives that were included on our committee. And this committee now seeks to sustain the momentum built throughout the study process, including our Walkable Brookline event at the Coolidge Corner Theater last September, which was attended by over 250 members of the public. That evening, we heard overwhelming support for the side lot design scenario, which Mike will present to you now.
Okay. First of all, I want to emphasize that this is a concept. It's not a project plan. I'll say that again. It's a concept, not a project plan. It's not a construction proposal. Lots of people have asked, well, you know, when is this going to start? Well, this is not going to start. It's been put together by our consultants. It's a scenario the scenario that you see here preserves all existing public parking capacity through a garage at the upper left of the drawing. It includes a commercial tax base by providing for retail space at the ground floor facing the open plaza. So it increases the commercial tax base. It adds housing in a transit-rich neighborhood through the building that is on the west lot and the building that is to your right, which would be both multi-story buildings and possibly some row houses on the west lot. It adds that plaza, which is exceptional new public space really in the heart of Brookline. And we're really very interested in making sure that in particular is carried through. Next slide, please. These are estimated costs provided to us by our consultant for this particular scenario today. The design could add anywhere from a small number to up to 100 new parking spaces, which will be determined when the concept is turned into a detailed design and hopefully informed by information that we get after the wayfinding project is in place. And again, note that we're expecting the preponderance of costs to be contributed by a developer via public-private partnership. We may even be able to realize some income from the town through a long-term land lease. Next slide. Now that the study is concluded, the next step is to move to implementation, which is on the next slide. What we're requesting from you tonight is select board approval to proceed with a request for interest, request for expressions of interest from developers. And we recommend including the Babcock Street lot in the RFI and so possibly including one of the other concepts that came out of the work that our consultant did, sort of a mix of the side lot with a more open plan for the Center Street lot. An RFI will gather responses from both for-profit developers and nonprofit developers to aid in preparation of a request for proposal for firm proposals to build something specific, which would include a public-private partnership. And the topics in the RFI would be, well, give us your preferred financing, partnership structure, what kind of zoning and permitting needs do you need, what's the allocation of parking spaces, what's the scope of your site concerns, for example, soil and shade. So those are the topics that would be included in a request for information. The Coolidge Corner parking study concluded that there is sufficient parking in Coolidge Corner, but that a wayfinding system needs to be created to aid in financing parking outside, or finding parking outside the Center Street lot. So we hear a lot about, well, there's a lot, a parking garage under the Marriott, but very few people know about it, and the signage for getting there is almost non-existent. So the committee strongly recommends the prioritization of the development and implementation of a wayfinding system, which is to some extent a fancy word for signs, although it needs to go or could go well beyond that with signs that are responsive to the number of spaces that are available in a particular place. And it will provide a clearer picture of parking demand if we see that with a good wayfinding system, there isn't as much pressure on the Center Street lot as there currently is, then we can take that into account in deciding how many spaces need to be there in a future development. It will inform the appropriate scale of future on-site parking, as I've said, address public concerns about overbuilding parking, which is something that one of the minority reports emphasized, and ensure that the final designs are really evidence-driven and are fiscally responsible. This is the implementation time. We've been working with this. It was prepared by our consultants, and where the star is where we are now. We need your approval in order to go forward with a request for interest from developers. Once that happens, presuming that it does, there's still quite a process, public process to go through. It represents the quickest possible timeline, which means that we would have a development agreement at the end of 2027. The Center Street Lot Committee study was conducted over the last year, done with this phase, at least, of our work. And if you move forward, the preparation of a request for information will begin as early as next month, and the RFI would be issued in May, giving developers the summer to respond before a September deadline. Next slide, please. We are here to take your questions and hopefully be able to give you whatever information you need in order to make a decision on allowing us to go forward.
Bernard, you're on mute.
How did that happen? Okay, the wayfaring signs will direct people to parking opportunities in the Coolidge Corner area. Other than the Marriott, what parking, and other than just on street parking, what parking options are there in that area?
There are several. Well, first of all, the Babcock Street lot is the largest. And then there's a smaller lot on Webster Street.
Is that the bank lot?
Pardon me?
Isn't that the bank slot?
No, there's
there's
a tiny public lot there with, in fact, it has a charging station at the back of it. And on John Street, there's a small lot. There are some little vest pocket lots, but Babcock is probably the largest one in addition to the Marriott. And there is actually many times when I visited the Center Street lot, rather than make 2 or 3 loops to find a space, I'll make one loop and then I go up Center Street a little way, and there's parking along Center Street, and particularly on the side streets between Center and Harvard Street. Just have to walk just a little bit further and know that those spaces are there.
Okay, David?
A couple questions I have. First, what led the committee to recommend that the Babcock Street lot be part of the RFI?
Good question. The Babcock Street lot was the subject of some discussion, I think 2 or 3 years ago. And in fact, the committee was appointed to take a look at constructing affordable housing over the Babcock Street lot. It was sort of a follow-on to the discussion about the lot between Kent and Station Streets, where the same concept was considered, but grade issues and neighboring buildings and so forth that made that a difficult site. So that concept was carried over. Nothing was followed up on Babcock Street, and Babcock Street wasn't part of our discussion until towards the end, when we realized that, well, that might provide an opportunity for staging construction in a way that got people adequate parking space or a reasonable amount of additional parking space fairly close to Harvard Street while the construction was going on the Center Street lot.
So staging, that leads to my next question. So during the construction phase, what would be the plan for temporary parking? So you're referencing possibly utilizing the Babcock Street lot for staging, but where do people park?
No, the Babcock Street wouldn't be used for staging. The Babcock Street would be used for parking. Staging would be on the Center Street site.
Yeah, I think it's important to clarify, we're several steps away from actual construction, but part of the plan that we envisioned is that whatever happens, if there's a above ground parking structure, that piece gets built first. And so there is a temporary parking crunch, which I think would happen in any scenario, even if you're just improving the lot. But once the parking structure is in place, that's there as the rest of the construction goes up. So you have your parking available while the rest of construction continues.
Right, but while that's being constructed, there are still some spaces lost, and obviously that's the nature of construction. But I'm just assuming that when this proceeds to the construction phase, there would be a plan to try to minimize the amount of lost parking for area businesses, because construction can take 2-3 years.
Certainly, I think it's impossible to know for sure what it would be until we know what else is or isn't available at any given time, right? Like, so for right now, or Waldo Durgan is, it could be parking if we were doing this construction tomorrow, right? Because they're not building that right now, but we're not doing the construction tomorrow. I think it's just, we're so many steps away from putting a shovel in the ground.
Right. Then my last question for now. So the open space plaza concept, and I'm definitely a fan of open space, but just objectively speaking, what are the opportunity costs by committing to that much open space, and what did the committee consider?
Shauna, do you want to go ahead? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want to take this, Mike, or would you like me to?
Oh, go ahead. You're sounds
So
ready to go.
I think it was pretty clear early on in the committee's work that not preserving space for the farmers market would be a non-starter. There was a really strong push to preserve a very long-running Brookline institution, and there's certain space requirements that they needed. So one way or another, that was going to be necessary. Right now, they occupy the Center Street West lot for almost half of the Thursdays of the year. So you're already in a sense paying that opportunity cost. Anything else that would go there, we're talking about more density. So I can't, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. We wouldn't want to build a solid block of retail and a solid block of residential above it. I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying in terms of opportunity cost. You mean as opposed to a playground or as opposed to more building?
As opposed to more having more parking, as opposed to.
So of the different plans we looked at, and I'm sorry, I can't remember, David, if you were at the event at the Coolidge or if you had an opportunity to watch the recording, but we did present and explore an all-surface parking concept, which was known as the Grove. We looked at 2 different above-ground structure concepts, one of which is this side lot, another was somewhat more creative, but I think that might have scared a few people off, and we looked at underground parking. If you do all surface parking, and perhaps Chris Dempsey can speak up about this one, but if you try to preserve the number of parking spaces, there's very limited opportunity to develop anything else. Chris, could you summarize a little better?
Yeah, Shauna, I think you summarized it pretty well. Everything here is going to be a trade-off. And what we tried to do across the process is, as Shauna said, show different options that kind of maximize certain things. So there was one that had a lot more housing, one that had really much fewer buildings and was just a service lot, and a couple that were in between. And there's always going to be a trade-off. I think the committee and the public responded to the side lot because it's a good mix of a lot of different things that people want in Coolidge Corner. It adds to the amount of parking in Coolidge Corner, not by a lot, but by a little, and at least preserves the public parking that's there. It creates new housing and likely mixed income housing. It creates some new retail space, and it creates a really exceptional public plaza for the farmers market. And we think that that plaza can be home to the farmers market, but can be really much more than that, and be kind of a center of not just Coolidge Corner, but of the entire town, and a space that's used for civic events and fairs and festivals and musical performances and theater performances. Kind of you name it, it can be an active square. It could have a winter market. It can have something active going on for much of the year and become kind of a new centerpiece of a neighborhood that's already wonderful, but that could maybe be even better with some more public space.
Is that it, David?
Just one last question, sorry. So regarding the additional parking that would be provided, what percentage of that additional parking do you anticipate would be used by the new housing units? In essence, is it really additional parking for patrons of area businesses?
So I have to say, we don't know. We don't know the extent to which we'll need to or want to provide additional parking for residences. One of the questions that we have is, well, we are in perhaps one of the most transit-rich districts that one can imagine, unless you were standing on Washington Street in downtown Boston. A substantial number of the residents in the Coolidge Corner area don't have cars. So do we need to provide one space for every additional residence? We don't know the answer to that. It really depends on the kinds of housing units that are built there to some extent, how big they are, how many bedrooms and so forth, and how likely you are to attract families. Really can't answer that question. What we can say is that all of the parking for that exists for businesses now for their employees and for their customers will be preserved plus some. So if you're concerned to add more parking than that concept shows, you can add another floor to the garage if you're concerned that we're adding too much parking and we find that we don't need as much parking in Coolidge Corner after we analyze data from the results of a wayfinding project. You can reduce the amount of parking. There's some flexibility in there.
Michael?
I think I was next, Bernard, but Michael, you can go.
Okay, raise your hand, Paul.
It was up. Oh, it came down. Go ahead, Michael. Let me put it back up.
I think Paul's hand actually was up. I think it went down as a
Okay,
technical.
Paul, go ahead.
Go ahead, Michael. No, Michael, go ahead.
Don't fight over it.
Okay, so a couple of questions. The first is when I looked at the RFI and you described all of the topics that the RFI would include. One of the things that I noticed that it didn't include was any conversation about like what would actually go into the space. So just in your list, and that may be obvious, so you didn't feel the need to mention it, but I wasn't sure. So my question is, from the committee's perspective, when you produce the RFI, are you presuming that all of the expressions of interest that come back are going to be expressions of interest in producing something that is basically the side lot program with the housing and the parking and the plaza, et cetera? Or are you expecting RFIs to come with sort of other ideas? And in parallel with that, what ideas do you expect to get or not get with regard to the Babcock Street parking lot, if that also gets included?
So,
Mike, I can take this one if you want.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the RFI is intended to encourage the developers to look at the side lot design as a starting point. Obviously, it will include certain things that we would consider requirements or needs, parking, approximate minimum, that's farmers market space, that there should be a mix of residential and commercial, but we're truly hoping at this phase that the developers will be encouraged to think more broadly themselves and to present other options that are of a similar scale for the space, perhaps help us think about things we hadn't thought of before and understand what is currently out there in the building community. In terms of including the Babcock Street lot as part of the RFI, we want developers to think about that space as well, incorporating the Babcock Street lot and Center Street together as a unified project could promote, for example, mixed income housing throughout all of the sites, which is a wonderful way to enhance community rather than putting affordable housing over here and market rate over here. It's great to have it all mixed together. Allow the developers to also let us know where they think parking would be most effective, both from a fiscal sense and in terms of keeping the space active and engaging. And we think this is a great way to bring Babcock Street online in a reasonable time frame instead of kicking it down to be affordable housing at some point in the future. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
The second question I had to do with your recommendation around the wayfinding. It seems like you're trying to get information from the wayfinding implementation to inform the RFI and the RFP process. So I just have a timing question. So for example, do you know if the wayfinding is potentially budgeted for fiscal year 27, what the costs would be, you know, how those details would be needed to be worked out, and if you can't get the wayfinding information, how will that impact your ability to evaluate the RFIs and the RFPs? Because, you know, if some developer says, oh, you don't actually need this much parking, or, oh, you actually need a lot more parking, and you need the wayfinder implementation to validate those claims, and you don't have that, then how do you sort of process your way through that conundrum?
So I think it's a
Yes,
two-person answer. Jessica, do you want to
Yeah.
handle the budget piece first, and I'll do the other part?
Sure. So I would say that the reason we're specifically calling out the wayfinding as one of the things that we want to do first is throughout the entire community engagement process, as well as throughout all the committee meetings, the biggest conversation piece has been whether or not we really need this much parking. We have Brookline's Vision Zero and other goals that we're trying to reach, where we really want to make it more walkable, a little less cars on the road for gas emissions and things like that. So if we implement this wayfinding, which was a big recommendation within the Coolidge Corner parking study, and seems to be coming out the same way for the Brookline Village Washington Square studies that we're wrapping up this year, it would be a great way to tell whether or not we really need more parking or the same amount of parking, or if it's just a matter of people being more aware of what already exists. Based off of the parking data that was collected by our consultant Stantec for that parking study, it seemed as though, based off of when they did the parking counts during the school year, on a day that wasn't a big festival or the farmers market, that we do have sufficient parking if you include some of those side streets that could be a little bit more residential, but do fall into that 2-hour town parking rule that we currently have in place. In terms of timeline, the sooner we can do this, the better. The planning department, through economic development, did submit a One Stop for Growth application through the state last year, through the application process that was due in June, and we would have been awarded in October, November this past fall. We unfortunately weren't selected. There was a very large number of applications, and wayfinding is one of the largest ones for this particular smaller grant within the Mass Development Programming. It's for $30,000. We are going to try to do that again. The reason we want to suggest select board move something forward is the $30,000 would just be for a specific commercial area, not for the entire town. And it would just be the development plan phase. So no implementation, no sign fabrication or anything of that nature. It would just be for developing a plan for one commercial area. In this case, we would be focusing on Coolidge Corner, since that's where our project is. And the timeline for that, we wouldn't be able to get started until about a year from now, because the application is now open, due in June. We would be awarded in October and November this fall, with a contract and starting date of between January and February of 2027. So that would delay us, and that would just be for planning, and we wouldn't wrap that up until summer next year or so. It's usually about 6 months, depending on how big the area is and how fast they can move the process along. If we do it ourselves through our own allocation for the entire town, so if we do it just as Coolidge Corner, it would be $30,000 for the plan. If we do town-wide, it would be that times the number of commercial areas we have, because it would branch out to include the rest of the town, would be about $100,000. The fabrication piece for actually creating the signs, if you're looking at just the granulated standard traffic signs that we have up for stop signs and things like that kind of material, it's about $300 per sign. and that's just to fabricate, not to actually install these signs. And that would also depend on whether or not we were doing more of the big town lot signs, if we wanted to have the more intricate parking lot signs. And people have mentioned throughout the community engagement they would love to see how many spots are actively available, if that's possible. That's something that has been a little bit more complicated, given that we live in New England, where we have a lot of weather situations like this past weekend, where having the things that go underneath of the asphalt that would actually signal whether or not a space is available might be more difficult in terms of being able to do that on the side streets, but could be something we could do in parking lots. So we're looking at $100,000 if we do it townwide for just the planning, $300 per sign for fabrication. And then if DPW internally can install, that would save on cost. But if we need to hire somebody externally, that would depend on their individual fees.
Okay. Okay.
If
I would
just add on
recommend in
to-
your.
So I think
I
that's
just wanted
probably,
to
I
add
think that's probably about as much as we have information as folks can absorb, but let's see if we've answered the.
Yeah, no, thank you. There, you've obviously have a lot of this information. It's really helpful. I would urge you in your timeline to include the wayfinding pieces, so that we know sort of how those interleave.
So I do want to just speak to that very briefly.
Okay.
And I know that Jessica gave you a lot of very good detailed information in terms of cost, but you also asked about how it fits in. And I think it's important to note that the RFI phase of this, which is really just gathering information from developers and getting a sense of what can be done there, should be done in parallel with the wayfinding. We shouldn't be putting that off, because let's say they come back with something that's similar to that side lot plan, and that's where we ultimately land. There's parking flexibility built in there, and our RFI that we put out can even include, and the request to developers, let us know if we want to reduce parking by 100 spots or 50 spots, if we want to increase by 100 or 50 spots from the number we gave you here, how would that affect other parts of your suggested plan? So I think we can gather that information while we're also improving parking access. And then all of that data comes together when we get to the RFP phase. And nothing is fixed in terms of parking until the developer locks in a plan.
Okay. I have one other question, but I want to let the other board members answer it. Unless
Chad,
Chaz has.
did you have something you wanted to say?
Wayfinding is in the CIP. Townwide wayfinding. We realize that that's a priority, and we are funding it. So it is really important for us, particularly after the Washington Street discussion and the wayfinding there. We're funding wayfinding projects through revenue and through capital improvements wherever we can. So that's going to be part of our process moving forward, regardless of this.
Thank you.
Okay, Paul, you had your hand up for a long time. That okay, John?
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Thanks. I think when you unmute yourself, your hand comes down automatically. It assumes you're speaking. So thank you. So there's a lot of information here. You're starting to make my brain hurt a little bit. And I'm hoping we can keep it high level. I do want to say I'm not in a sense of rushing to get 30 grand for a wayfinding study without thoughtful consideration about what's being proposed. Could someone put the diagram up that shows the Center Street lot, the Babcock, the whole picture? Because I'd like to speak to that for a minute, and it'll help orient my question.
You're looking for the slide that shows where the lots are today?
Yeah, the lots with the parking garage, the multiple housing developments.
The side lot concept. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Jessica, can you get that up? Thanks.
Keep going. There's one where there you go. Yeah, that one there. Okay. And Babcock Street's not on there, right? That would, you lost it. There you go. Okay. And Babcock Street is on the north portion.
That's right. It's beyond the slightly, well, actually
beyond.
barely see it at the top of the.
So I'm going to ask a sequencing question. And I don't mean to turn you upside down on this, but it is a sequencing question. So based on what you're asking is you want an RFI for, and I forget what this you call this. Is this the south lot? What's the one that you're asking?
This is the east and west Center Street lot, both of them together.
Okay, so the one where the farmer's market currently is today, you'd like an RFI for that, for housing and some commercial on the first floor, and then also at the same time, housing and potentially commercial for Babcock. That's correct?
Yeah, those
Well,
two lots must be considered together.
Okay, okay. So my question is that, here's my concern. My concern is we get that and we never get the rest of it. Okay, that you know, the thing that's most attractive to me, frankly, on this entire picture is that beautiful parking garage. Okay.
Oh no, those are all together.
It's so
Yeah,
so
hold
it's
on, Paul. So when we talk about the Center Street lots, the core of the RFI is the big open Center Street lot that we now have.
Yep.
That's right back of CVS, the arcade,
Yep.
and the west lot where the farmer's market is. Babcock Street is an add-on.
Okay, so you're actually
what
getting an
we're doing
RFI
is
for the
this.
entire project, not for just the
Yeah, no,
the two
east and
parts?
west are together. They must be considered together.
Okay.
So even if and this is what you see in the picture here, for example, is the Center Street West lot, though that housing might not have any parking attached to the house. That might be only for people who want to walk across the street to the garage or have a no parking spot housing, but it's
Okay.
only part of the project with that lot. So
Okay,
a
so
developer
my-
either says, I believe we can have no parking
Okay.
residential, or I will provide the spots over here, or I have some other suggestion for where they go.
Okay, so let me, I just want to make sure I'm clear. And I'm sorry, I'm asking a very basic question.
Oh, it's fine.
So is there a scenario where we end up with the Babcock Street lot developed and the west lot developed and the Center Street parking lot stays the same?
No, because the Center Street lot parking the Center Street parking has to be dealt with first. The garage is the first thing that happens.
Okay, thank you. That's why it was unclear. The way you talked about it, it seemed like the west lot and the Babcock Street were first going to be being done together. Okay, so maybe just make that really clear. It confused me, so I'm sorry about that. But I do like, I know there's a minority report and I respect the individual who wrote it, but I do think it's critical that we maintain access to parking. And frankly, at least what we have are a little bit more, because I do think adding the housing units, while we would hope that people would walk, a lot of them will still have cars. It's just the way it is. And so I would encourage that parking garage does get built. And again, it's one of my favorite things on the picture. So thank
Okay,
you.
John?
Thank you very much. Could I just ask for a refresher as to how many units of housing are we talking about in this?
That's the next slide.
Well, how about we go to the next slide?
Yeah, that's why I said that, John. So these are all estimates. And again, the side lot design concept is just a concept. I think Mike made that very clear, but in terms of a broad plan, this would have been somewhere between 80 to 100 housing units. It depends on, are you doing mostly studio and 1 bedroom? Are you doing mostly 2 and 3 bedroom? And that number of parking spaces, you might recall the current total number of parking spaces across both lots is 192. And that includes a significant number in the west lot that are reserved for employee permits for various area businesses. So this design has a range of 300 to 335 spots. I think we got to that number by having a 1 spot per unit estimate for the residential, but that doesn't have to be exactly where it lands.
Thanks, Shanna. And I see on that very same slide, estimated cost $29 million. Is that the cost of building the garage?
No, that's the project cost.
Project costs that we expect would be largely absorbed by the developer as part of the public-private partnership.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Your answers are leaving me more confused. Project cost to Brookline?
No, the project cost of constructing what you see on the previous slide. the whole package.
Just to clarify that, and sorry to jump in.
Yeah, okay. No,
That's
go
the
ahead.
that's the estimated cost of the parts of construction that would end up being owned or controlled by the public. So that includes the parking structure, with the assumption that the town would still own or control the parking structure that Paul was mentioning, as well as the public plaza, but not the cost to construct the housing or retail, which would be borne by the developer. We also expect the developer would bear much or all of the costs of the public components of this as well, in exchange for the use of the land. But this estimate is basically the parking structure, and the plaza is essentially what you're getting for that number.
Okay, could you
Yes,
make that
okay,
clear
but who-
going forward?
What?
I'd just like to make it clear going forward, because this slide doesn't say that.
Well, and I'm still confused because I've heard it said that it is the cost of constructing the garage, and it will be a garage on public property and a publicly managed garage. So who's paying to build this public garage on public property if not Brookline?
So the whole concept, John, is that there's a substantial piece of land there, almost 2 acres. If a developer were to try to acquire that 2 acres, the cost would be enormous. Instead, they're going to be leasing that land at a very low cost. And in return, they're expected to put the money that they would otherwise have to put into purchasing land into building that garage. So there, if you're asking how much is Brookline going to need to pay, it's a very small amount related to assessing what a developer proposes, doing, I'm sure, some investigative work of its own to make sure that we're doing the right thing in terms of, we will need a consultant to help us with zoning and so forth. But and there may be some costs around the edges of the project itself, but we're expecting the vast majority of the cost to be borne by the developer, including the cost of the public garage and the public.
Okay, but for Brookline to participate in this, has anyone worked out a budget as to what it will cost us?
I think it's a little early to do that, except to say that it's going to be an extremely small amount in comparison to, well, not just in comparison. It's going to be a very manageable amount. It's the same sort of package as we offered to the Marriott when the Marriott was constructed. We owned the land, they built the hotel, including a garage that they promised to give access to, where they promised to give access to the.
I would just add to Mike's answer to your question, John, that that is why we have recommended to go to the next step of a request for information, because we don't have perfect insight into the economics of every single developer out there, public developer, private, or I should say private developer, nonprofit developer, affordable housing developer. They know their costs and their potential pro forma much better than we do. And so by going to them and saying, what would this look like for you, and having them come back to us, it gives us a much better sense. It is entirely possible that the result of the RFI says that there are no developers interested in doing this at all, and the only way it would be done would be with a large subsidy of tax dollars, and that probably ends this conversation. And that's up for you to decide, not for us. But that could be the outcome. We don't expect that based on the sort of basic economics you see here. You could imagine a developer being pretty excited about being able to construct 100 units in an incredibly desirable neighborhood. We all know how amazing Coolidge Corner is as a neighborhood and what that could generate in value. And the town then gets to own a big chunk of that value and turn it into a public parking garage, which we know many merchants have been asking for many years.
Okay, thank you for those answers. And I need more time, if you don't mind, Bernard, because I've got more questions here. I'll tip my hand. I'm not ready to vote on this tonight, and I'm not ready to vote on this for a lot of reasons. And one of them was just explained. We don't really know what it will cost us to continue to pursue this for a while, and pursuing it for a while could end up with us eventually finding out that there are no developers interested in doing this. And meanwhile, we will have invested a fair amount of money, planning department time, that's money, in this. But we haven't been told how much money and how much time. Then we've also been sort of assured that this is the result of a really extensive public process that came to a very clear conclusion as to what the people of Brookline want. And I don't question anything that's been said so far as to what occurred during the public process, but I would have to say that's unlike any public process I've ever sort of witnessed, with as much at stake as making decisions about the future of the key parking lot in our key commercial area in the town, which we are either going to, at some point in the future, if any of these plans are realized, essentially take away virtually all of the surface parking for cars, which is very successful right now at feeding customers into the retail operations all up and down Harvard Street and on that section of Beacon Street, and instead offering people parking in a garage. That's a huge decision to make. And I'm not aware of any clear survey that has been done as to how many of the customers that use that Center Street parking area, surface parking area, every single day, every single week, every single month, every single year, would come back and still shop at Coolidge Corner if they had to park in a garage. So that's an open question as far as I'm concerned. Maybe we'll gather some evidence on that, but we haven't gathered any evidence yet. And then I want to cite something which I sent a request to a couple of people. Could you get this up on a slide while I talk? And I don't know if they're able to do it, but what it is. Okay, so I'll wait for you to just put it up there. What it is an example of how the event at the Coolidge Corner Theater was promoted. And I won't expect people to be able to read that. I can tell you one thing right away. It doesn't even mention the word housing. The event at Coolidge Corner, it was titled A More Walkable Brookline, and it featured the very talented, and I mean that sincerely, Chris Dempsey and Jeff Speck. And at the beginning, and I give them credit for this too, they asked the audience, how many of you are here expecting, a talk about sort of urban design issues and a more walkable Brookline and more walkable cities, which is the area of expertise for this team, in addition to other areas of expertise. And about half of the crowd, if not more than half, said they were there for a talk on walkable Brookline. And the other half, slightly less than half, that's my recollection of it, said that they were expecting to hear something about a plan to redo the Center Street lots. So in this crowd of, I don't know, some 200, half weren't even expecting to come there to weigh in on the future of the Center Street lots. And then in the course of one brief evening, they were shown 4 visionary plans for the Center Street lots and asked to vote. Those are the only 4 choices they were given. And sure, there turned out to be one that was preferred over the others, but that isn't the way we usually do public engagement with a lot of people, some of whom weren't even from Brookline, and many of whom didn't even know they were coming to a meeting that would decide that there might be a whole process set in motion that could result in complete transformation of the Center Street parking lots, including a parking garage instead of surface parking, and including a lot of housing that we haven't sort of had any kind of clear hearing. The select board certainly hasn't had any kind of a hearing to ask the people of Brookline, do they think that the public properties of the Center Street parking areas should be made available to developers at the cost of losing the surface parking there and replacing it with a garage? So, you know, I'm not going to say that any of I'm not going to say what the answer to any of those questions could turn out to be. I'm just pointing out we haven't done the real process that is a familiar process in Brookline of giving people all the details of what we are suggesting might ultimately be done, and then making sure that they all weigh in, not just a random group of people who showed up for a talk at the Coolidge Corner Theater, all the people, all the stakeholders, all of the commercial property interests in the area, all of the people who shop there, both by car and on foot. I didn't see that happen. So as a select board member, I'm sorry, I'm just not ready to, you know, give this the thumbs up to go to the next step tonight. And for starters, the next time we discuss it, I would like to see a budget.
Do you want to respond? Anyone?
No, not a bit. Thanks.
Okay, I think Paul is next.
Thank you, Bernard. And you know, John did raise some I think some valid points. But I had two quick questions, and then I think I'm going to comment on what John said. The first question is on the slide. You don't have to put the slide back up, but it said 80 to 100 housing units. Is that between the 3 residential developments? That would be, so that's a total. Okay.
Well, when you say, for clarity, when you say 3, what are you talking about?
Well, so in my head,
That
there's
does not include Babcock. That's just the 2 Center Street lots.
okay, it's just the 2 Center Street.
None of these include Babcock. That was sort of a,
And what do we think Babcock might? Do we have an idea? Who knows? All right.
We didn't look into that. We just thought it would be a good idea.
But it could be another.
Let a developer say something.
Could be another 40 or 50, so you could have 150 housing units potentially.
It could be 20, it could be 50. We don't know.
Trying to get it in my head. Okay, so that's the first thing. And then do you have a sense of, this is my second question, and I'll have a comment, that, you know, using public land for market rate housing, or how do you envision this type of housing? Certainly, we wouldn't want it to be luxury housing, but do you have an idea of what this public-private partnership might be able to support?
So I think part of what we're looking again for is for the developers to let us know what they would need in order to make it viable. And I think we do want to, and this is part of where Babcock comes in, is we want there to be a mix of affordable in there. And market rate is market rate. And I mean, luxury is all the way at one end, but there's nice housing also. And then we don't know whether it's 1 bedrooms, it's efficiencies, it's something families could live in.
Yeah. I worry that it'll be interesting to see what comes back, but I worry that any developer is going to want to put luxury housing there.
So we can certainly the RFI, I imagine, can include a list of our priorities and indicating what we want to see there. But this is to help us craft an eventual request for proposals.
But you did say that one of the guiding principles of this is consistency with the comprehensive plan. And it's very clear out of the comprehensive plan, we don't need a lot more luxury housing, right? We don't need $2 and $3 million condos or apartments that are renting for, you know, $6,000 a month. We need more middle income workforce housing, smaller units, and frankly, some deed restricted affordable units. So that's really coming clear out of the comprehensive plan. So I hope that will be kept front and center. And then just my comment about John's feedback, and I really appreciate what John's saying. I do think that some of the process caught people off guard. I thought it was more going to be a presentation about themes of walkability, and frankly, I didn't attend, and housing was not a point. I don't think that we toss everything out, though. We don't toss the baby out with the bathwater. There is a concept that is probably as good as any other concept that might come up for a vision for that area. And I'm not certain a request for information would commit us to doing anything. If anything, it's to educate us and also the development community about what could be possible. And as Chris said, which I think is correct, we're going to quickly find out whether this is feasible or not. And I think that's a good way to test it. I assume that anything that gets done there would still need approval of the select board, and also some of it would need to go through town meeting, correct? It would need to go
Correct.
to a town meeting. I'm not as, although I completely understand what John's saying, that some people didn't know to show up because you weren't talking about parking, you were talking about walkability. I wouldn't necessarily give up on the idea of asking the development community for feedback. So,
Okay,
my 2 cents.
Michael?
So thank you. First, I take John's point about making sure that we're being prudent about the money that we're spending. But I also think that, in terms of budgeting out this process and understanding sort of what this eventually will cost the town, that we can take that process in steps. So for example, the relevant question at this moment might be, what is the expected budget just for running the RFI, collecting that information, and going forward? That would certainly be useful information. I agree. I think that's relatively short money, but we should just have a good understanding of that. Second, I wholeheartedly agree with Paul in the sense that we have gotten some information. We are looking to get more information through this RFI process, especially in terms of economic viability. I will, and I think gathering that information sooner rather than later will actually make us more efficient in terms of what's moving forward. I think that the timeline that you've laid out actually between the RFI process and the zoning warrant article, I suspect that's actually where you have more risk that that's going to take more time, because once those RFIs come back and you look at those RFIs and determine what the zoning is that you're going to need to put into this very sensitive space, then a lot more people are going to come out of the woodwork and have opinions and thoughts and perspectives on the zoning. So I'm not sure that you've actually left enough time for that phase of the process, though I realize that process has to follow a cadence because it has to go to town meeting in May or November, typically, and so you're sort of caught a little bit within that structure. One other comment that I would make, and I'm speculating here to some degree, but you had mentioned that there was the possibility of for-profit or nonprofit responses to this RFI. And one of the reasons why I asked about sort of what the range of flexibility was on the design is that I have trouble imagining that a nonprofit developer, particularly somebody who's focused on affordable housing, would have the capacity or necessarily the interest for building such a large garage structure and sinking that much money on top of the cost of the affordable housing, because affordable housing developers typically have very complicated financing stacks anyway, just with something, even as something as simple as the project that was next to KI that had senior housing on top of some ground floor commercial. The financing stacks there and the requirements then for town contributions, et cetera, are really, really complicated. And I expect that adding a garage to that process is gonna sort of knock out those developers from consideration. I would be happy to be proven wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me if most of your RFI feedback was for for-profit developers.
Interesting point. Thank you.
Okay. Pardon me?
That's an interesting point, an interesting perspective about nonprofits. I appreciate that.
Okay, David?
Sorry about that. So I also agree with Paul and now Michael. I think it would be prudent to proceed with an RFI so that we're in a position to make more informed decisions about the future of the Center Street lot and viability for proposals such as, or concepts such as what's been presented to us tonight. There are certain details that maybe I'd want to change, but at this stage, it's more about information gathering, understanding viability. More broadly, we're talking a lot in town about economic development opportunities, about revenue generation, about increasing housing, and this fits into that. And I don't think that taking a pause on mere information gathering is going to help us. I think we would actually lose some important momentum if we didn't take the step of pursuing an RFI. That doesn't require us to proceed if we don't like the responses that we receive or that we find that it's not viable. That being said, there's something that John mentioned, and maybe Chris would be in the best position to answer this, that I found intriguing, which was regarding the difference between garage parking and surface parking from the perspective of both business owners and customers. Are there studies as to whether people prefer surface parking and are somehow maybe intimidated by garages? Is it just about price structure?
Yeah, it's a great.
Can I add something to that? And that is differences with respect to seniors and people with disabilities. Are they more likely to want to park on a surface lot as opposed to, a high-rise parking lot?
So these are really great questions, and Bernard, I'm glad you brought up the question of accessibility. Mike sort of mentioned this. His phrasing was a little different than the way I describe it, but I think I'd like to sort of restate it. I believe the Center Street lots is the least accessible, widely used public space in Brookline. If the lack of ADA accessibility of the Center Street lots were existent in a building, we would not allow it in Brookline. We would close that building down until improvements were made. But because it's a parking lot, we seem to hold it to a lower standard. And I'm fortunate to work in Coolidge Corner in the arcade building, so I walk through their Center Street lot basically every day, twice a day, and am regularly seeing people who utilize wheelchairs who are driving in the main driving area because there are very few curb cuts and no pedestrian paths. Many of the sidewalks have telephone poles or light poles in the middle of them, so there's no way that a wheelchair can get through. So no matter what the town does, we would recommend action to address accessibility. On the more specific question of the pros and cons of a surface lot versus a structured parking lot and people's preferences, I haven't seen a particular study on that. I think the answer is sort of it depends. There are certainly times where it will feel more convenient to park in a surface lot and not have to navigate stairs or elevators. On the other hand, on a snowy day or a rainy day, it might be really nice to park your vehicle under a structure and not have the rain pouring on you. You'll have better lighting in a in a structured parking lot, typically than a surface parking lot. So there's really pros and cons and no definitive way to say it, but it's the kind of thing that I think the community can have a conversation about, if the select board decides to advance the conversation in many other public forums.
Okay, Meredith, but first, can we say that if we issue this RFI, that we can specifically identify information that we want to make sure is included in the answer, such as the issue of middle and low income housing or affordable housing that someone mentioned, issue of preserving parking, which a number of people have raised, particularly given that this is going to be a destination location and people are going to be coming from all over, hopefully. So cutting back parking doesn't seem to be consistent with that idea. And of course, needs of seniors and people with disabilities.
Yes, certainly. So I did just want to jump in and to your point, Chair Green, and the excellent point about preferences around housing types and affordability. In moving forward with the RFI, there'll be this process, and we'll be sort of making the rounds to various boards and committee to get input on what are some important pieces of criteria that we really want to underscore. and make sure that developers address in the RFI. And I think we've talked about some of those this evening, so that will certainly be part of that process. And then there were also some questions just in terms of the costs associated with moving forward with this process. So I would ballpark somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $40,000 for some consulting support services to help us prepare the RFI. But it will largely be a lot of planning staff time in facilitating those conversations with boards and committees and working with the consultant to get the RFI prepared and out the door. I also think it is important, there was an extensive amount of work. I know we've talked a lot about the Walkable City event, which was very successful, well attended. And I hear sort of the feedback, criticisms in terms of some of the event promotion. That was one piece of a much broader community outreach engagement process. And so I did just want to reassure everyone that there was a robust engagement, multiple rounds of surveys, and a lot of information for the committee to consider as they sort of honed in on the side lot option. And then also just to reassure, because I hear where John is coming from, particularly as the select board representative on the Small Business Development Committee, about being very protective of that critical parking resource that supports our small business community. There is a Coolidge Corner Merchants Association representative on the committee, and David Lashinsky, president of the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association, has also been very invested in this process and is encouraged by the direction that the project is moving forward with. So, we're very sensitive to the needs of the business community, and in terms of feedback that we would be looking for developers from, it would be the potential to phase the project to minimize the amount of parking that could be taken offline and disrupt business operations. And then just the last point, a lot of community engagement. There is a certain amount of momentum and community awareness that I do think it's important for us to capitalize on and try to push this process forward and get additional information through the RFI process, so we can come back and answer some of these very good questions about, what are we talking about in terms of budget and implications for the town.
Okay, I think John had his hand up next.
Thanks again, and thanks again to everybody for the answers. I think they're all very good answers. I will comment simply on one of them, which was, the question of the garage versus surface parking. It's not just a question of garage versus surface parking. It's also a question of garages, categorically, as the way forward for cities, or the way of the past. And there's a lot of reason to believe maybe it's more the way of the past than the way forward. And in fact, when this came before the Transportation Board recently, I hope Brian doesn't mind if I quote him on this. Brian Kane, the chair of the Transportation Board, said it flat out: I'm not a fan of garages. So, and he explained why. Are we going to actually invite in Brian to discuss why he made that statement at the Transportation Board discussion of this? And are we going to explore a little bit further, the whole question of whether a garage is going to end up being, sort of a dinosaur, and a very expensive one at that, even as we are reading headlines daily of the neglect that plagued the Alewife garage and has led to a ridiculous situation where millions and millions have been spent trying to figure out how to salvage that garage 30 or 40 years after it was first opened. Do we want to invest in a garage at this point in Brookline's march to the future? It doesn't look very forward thinking to me. So anyway, I'm raising these questions only because I don't like the fact that we're being asked for a decision tonight when we routinely say at our meetings, well, we brought up something new tonight and we had a chance to introduce it, but we're not going to vote on it tonight. And there's a good reason for that. And this is huge. This is really huge. And we shouldn't be voting on it the first night that we actually are presented the proposal. I think there's a lot more people we need to hear from, and we need to proceed a lot more deliberately in this.
Hey, Michael?
I'm actually surprised at the idea that the select board would vote on this the night of this presentation. My recollection from having been on the select board is very often you take these sorts of things under advisement and you vote in the following week.
Yeah, I think that's.
That's certainly fine as far as we're concerned. I do want to come back to the question of public engagement. There was a survey that was basically advertised on notice boards in Coolidge Corner and in the Brookline.news, I believe, and elsewhere. I don't recall the number of people who responded to that survey, but Chris, you may have that in your head. But
It's
if you could just-
783 responses. 93% of them were from one of Brookline's 3 zip codes, and the other 7% were from surrounding communities.
Okay, so that gives us a sense of the level of public engagement. 700 people is not 66,000 or 62,000, whatever we have. I'm not quite sure how broad a net one can cast for these things, but I do want to emphasize that we heard from a lot of people who live in Brookline, come to Coolidge Corner, use the Center Street parking lot. So that's important to recall.
But Mike, if I may, those 700 were not shown the same 4 visions that the audience at the Coolidge Corner Theater were shown, right? That wasn't a survey that tested whether they would prefer this plan that we're talking about tonight.
No, you're right. That was the questions were, how do you use the lot? What do what are your ideas about, what are the good things and the bad things about the lot? So that was the beginning of a collection of information, a collection of data from people in order to form we actually looked at 5 different concepts for the lot, and this is the one that emerged both within the committee and then out of the 250 plus people who came to the Coolidge Corner Theater. When we started this process, I personally thought, and I think that I can speak for Chris as well, to say that what we expected was that the end result would be a proposal to improve the existing surface lot, and there is something called a concept called the Grove that is in the report that Spec Dempsey has prepared that does exactly that. That was not what the committee wanted. It was not what we heard from the public in the outreach that we did. So we didn't start with the idea that, oh well, we're going to come in with a garage. The garage was sort of born out of the process of collecting information and input and the process of discussion in the committee.
Did the survey ask the 700 people if they wanted a garage?
No, I
didn't ask that question.
So I have the data. I have the data right in front of me.
Thanks, Chris.
We asked many questions. John is right that we did not ask about the options because the options had not been developed yet. The purpose of the survey was to try to get a broad sense of the community's feelings so that we could then use that information to develop the different options that we put in front of the committee and then again in front of the public at the event. For the question that's maybe most relevant here, we asked what would be your top priority for the lots if they were changed? What would be your top priority? And 47% of those 783 respondents said green space, open space, and public plaza. 22% said housing, 9% said retail, and 7% said more parking. And so I think in some ways we were not surprised that the side lot was the preferred option of both the committee and the public at the event because it does have a mix of those things. It creates an exceptional new public space. It also creates more housing. It also creates more retail. And at least in some scenarios, depending on how you allocate that parking, it creates more parking. So it seems to achieve all the different priorities that were stated as the top priority by those 783 survey respondents, again, 93% of whom were Brookline residents.
Chris, was there a question about keeping the current level of parking?
So 5% of respondents said do not change anything.
So
No,
what?
no, they just
5%.
flat out don't change anything, right?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Paul?
So just a quick question and a comment. And I'll ask Chris. Chris, are we, given the number of parking spaces that we have today, the proposal, are we adding, keeping the same, or decreasing the number of parking spaces?
The total number of parking spaces would be increased
Yeah.
by roughly 100 spaces, maybe a little bit more. But then you have to account for the fact that this would require some new housing because
Yeah.
you would need the developer to make some money to want to build
I
a
get
parking
it.
garage.
Yeah.
So the total number of spaces increases. The question of how many of those spaces are available to the public is not clear, but the committee did make preserving parking a real priority in its process. And we heard loud and clear from merchants that they do not want to lose parking. And so the side lot preserves the parking that's in place today.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and it's just, here's my quick thoughts. And again, I really appreciate John, his perspective in that, John often helps us be cautious, which I greatly appreciate, his questions. I will say on every committee I've served, there's been criticism. You didn't talk to enough people. You didn't talk to the right people. You did the meetings at night. You did them in the morning. You asked the question the wrong way. You didn't smile when you asked. I mean, whatever it is, right? It's just it's the nature of committee work. Look, I don't know every single person that's on this committee, but I know we were thoughtful about appointing it. Many of them bring unique perspectives. They're all well thought of. Chris and his team are well respected. And not everything comes to a 63,000 resident vote as to what we do depend upon our committees and the advisors that help our committees to make the best recommendation based on the information that they gather. Is it perfect? It's not perfect. It's never perfect. But this committee, right or wrong, they're putting forward the recommendation that they think makes sense. I don't know yet if I agree with it, but I do think it's low risk to go out and issue an RFI to get more information about whether this whole thing, this scheme, is even feasible from a financial perspective for our vision. We may get feedback and say you're nuts, we can't do it, and we'd have to go back and rethink it. But we don't need to vote tonight. I didn't think we were going to be voting tonight, but I do want to say that I'm reasonably comfortable in supporting the issuance of an RFI based on the work. This is not a fly-by-night committee that just pulled something out of their hat. They certainly went through a process. It wasn't perfect, but it's pretty darn good. So I'm supportive of issuing the RFI, and we'll see what we get back. And I'm happy to vote tonight. Probably not, but later date.
Now, our typical pattern is to give ourselves an opportunity to digest what we've heard.
Great.
And come back later on with our thoughts and a decision. Okay, with that, are we going to get a draft or a summary of the RFR before we meet next?
No, what we're looking for is permission to go ahead and write an RFI. I think I would honestly.
I guess I'm asking, are we going to get a sense of, what is going to be the sort of the thrust of the RFR?
Well, I hope that we've given you that tonight in the sense that we've Shauna described the key things that will be in the RFI. We talked about including some direction in terms of the kind of housing that we're looking for, and the fact that here's the side lot concept, but think more broadly if you'd like, or just respond to the side lot concept. So I hope we've given you the broad outlines of it, but I can't imagine that you would want to
well, I guess
write an RFI and then come back and have you line edit it. I think you'd go out of your minds with that.
Yeah.
I also don't
just
think
want to
that's
make sure that we memorialize the concerns that people have raised somehow, so that you have direction in terms of drafting the RFI.
I think we can certainly give you a summary back of what we've heard and what we will look into the RFI. That's, yeah.
Michael, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to your comment, Chair, with regard to one of the reasons to delay the vote, and that I'm noticing that there are a number of members of the public who are interested in this. And the other thing that delaying the vote does is it gives those members of the public an opportunity to send the select board feedback as well. And so that is another thing that the select board can weigh in terms of this information, which I personally deeply appreciate.
Yep, great. John, you have your hand up still?
I'm afraid I do, but I promise this will be brief. I worry that people might be a little confused about the results of that survey that has been mentioned. And I'm looking at a pie chart from the survey, and I'm just going to quote it back for everybody. 10% answered, it says, choose which option best describes your perspective on the Center Street lots. And 10% said, I don't think the lots should change at all, 10%. The next group, 8% said, I think the lots should be renovated to be nicer parking lots. The next group, 49% said, I'm open to the concept of changing the lots, but not at the expense of less parking. That's 49%. And then the final group, 33%, I'm open to the concept of changing the lots and would be okay with some parking going away to accommodate other uses, that's all. So I urge people to look at the survey and I think we need to hear more about the results of the survey. Maybe we could, review them at our next meeting. But I also think we should hear from the minority members of the committee, two of whom filed minority reports. And I would love to hear from Brian Kane. I'm sorry to keep putting the pressure on Brian Kane, but I think he made an important statement, and I think we should hear it and explore it a little bit.
Okay, do you want to hear from the minority report tonight, or you mean at our next meeting?
It's up to you. It's up to the chair and the other members of the committee. The select board, I think.
Yeah. So what do people think? I'd like to end the meeting.
Yeah.
Well, Bernard, I think in fairness to our colleague John, and also to, I think, those who wrote the minority reports, since we've heard so much from the committee, it would be helpful personally for me tonight, just so I could have it all in my head. It may explode, but I'd like to have it all in my head at once. Can each speaker of the minority report give a 3 to 5 minute summary of what their report is about? This can't go on for another hour. So if we could get a quick summary from, I think there's two minority reports.
We have a summary.
Well, I did the verbally.
Anyway, okay, good. That's fine. Wait, Sherry Gershenfeld has her hand up. And who are you? Is that a member of the committee, Michael?
No.
Okay, well, we're not taking public comment, so.
No.
Okay.
You do have members who submitted minority reports here, though.
Yeah.
Okay, see Marion Friedman Gershon. Do you want to speak, Marion?
Yes. So my concern was what Chris had raised about accessibility, the light stanchions, whatever. This process, if it goes forward, will take a few years. And I think we should be thinking about doing something now. I'm very concerned about accessibility and the parking garage, although I think we need more parking. We did not, I'm not sure whether the professionals who are in 1330 Beacon are part of the Merchants Association or not, but I think their customers, their professional offices, a lot of acupuncture, physical therapy, as well as dentists, are people who want be a long walk, not from the parking garage to that to the entrance to that building. So I think they need to be put in there. I agree with the need for more stakeholders. And finally, my main concern was the public-private, how you do it and still make sure you have affordable housing and that you don't have a parking, you're not funding the thing out of very high priced parking rates. This was done by the Economic Development Committee, but Coolidge Corner is also a residential neighborhood. I live in a building, there are 19 units on my building, none of us have parking. We depend on the parking lot for our visitors, for daytime parking and for overnight parking. And just because it's snowing, I think we have to have a year-round perspective. There's not going to be parking on Wilman Street for another month unless the town decides to haul the trash away. It was plowed, the parking spaces are just covered with snow. It's not going to melt soon. So I think the impact on residents needs to be considered, but I'm concerned about accessibility. I think we could have parking garage, but we also need some surface space. And I'm concerned about the winter. I mean, I really think we have to think of this as 4-season. What does an open space mean on a week like today?
All right, thank you. Can I add and maybe ask Chaz, can we do something about the inaccessibility of that lot? I mean, I don't usually think about it, but when Chris raised this, I mean, I had problems when I was hobbling around after my hip replacement. So I can imagine what people in wheelchairs or others are facing. And I think what Marion is saying is that that should be something we should try to do as soon as possible, and it's really separate from everything else.
And then I think the question is
money. I know
money and time and efficiency, and also the sense of, if you make more spaces accessible, those require wider spaces, and there's not enough space on the surface to do all of what the community is asking. The community wants more parking in that lot. The community wants more accessible parking in that lot. Those two are incompatible. If you want wider spaces, I know, it's incredibly important if you are wheelchair bound or if you are using some sort of mobility assistance. You can't park in a normal space, especially not those narrow spaces in the Center Street lot. And so thinking about how that works in practice is really important. But then the question is, do you want to do that now and spend money, a lot of money to do that? Or do you want to spend money thinking more holistically about that space? And that's really what the point of the Center Street Lot Committee has been, is do you want to think holistically about that space? And I think what Marion is saying, and I think it's an entirely valid point, is we've thought holistically about that space, and what we want is this immediate investment. That is one point of view. And then the other point of views are expressed in the other minority report and in the committee report. And that's really what's before the board, is thinking about what that basic next step is in terms of gathering more information. So could we do something immediately? Could we repaint that lot? Yes. It would require a study.
Or give access, curb cuts, not curb cuts, but give, pardon me? Yeah. Or make it easy for wheelchairs, for example, to get up on the sidewalk.
I mean,
simple things like that.
Yes, we could do that, but it's also, you got to realize a curb cut is never as simple as people think it is, right? Yeah. It is a significant investment in time and money and effort. And if that's going to go away in the next 5 years, is that the highest and best use for the people who need it? Because for the people who need it, if it's just a temporary solution, and I mean, if the answer is yes, then yes, we can do it. But I think that's the level of consideration that we need to have here.
Okay. Marion, did you have your hand up?
I just wanted to say there are handicap spaces and they are wide enough. It is the crosswalk. It is the sidewalk that disappears, that you can't get from one sidewalk to the other. That's all.
So
Okay,
Bernard, I
Paul?
just wanted to add, I mean, it might be worthwhile, and Chaz, I hate to put money in it and throw it away. It's in 5 years. But if maybe we could have someone look at it and say, what's the low hanging fruit here? Are there a few tweaks that we could make? Doesn't need to be beautiful, doesn't need to be granite, but is there something that we can do to, to improve crosswalks, ramps, not a huge investment. I know it's still money that you'd throw away, but it might be helpful because I do think that this process has highlighted a real serious issue in that lot. And frankly, I feel dangerous when I walk through that lot, and I don't have limitations. So maybe we could take a look at it and say, what can we do on quick and dirty, so to speak.
We're happy to do that, and I think that is a great point. We don't view those investments as transitory or anything. It's really important for folks to be able to get around. I mean, you heard that comment from the public commenter, someone who we haven't seen here, show up and say, hey, listen, can you keep the sidewalks clear for people who need it? We take that seriously, and so I'm happy to do that.
Okay, great. Okay, unless there's anything else that, I'm sorry,
Len
Woolley.
Len Holy
Yeah,
is here.
I apologize.
Yeah, Len wrote one of the minority reports.
He's waving and putting his thumb up at the same time.
Okay, and Len, go ahead.
Does he need to be promoted?
Promoting him now.
Hello, my name is Len Woolley. I'm a town meeting member of Precinct 11 and member of the Transportation Board, but speaking on behalf of myself. We already have a parking garage with 141 spaces at the Courtyard Marriott that is frequently over half empty. To build this garage is an investment. Is this an investment that we want to make and continue to pay for in the future with replacement and refurbishment costs? Brian Kane said that this cost could potentially be up to $60 to $70 million. I'm in favor of more housing and more green space, but we should maximize the use of our available parking first before building a garage.
Thank you. Is the other minority report person?
No, that was Marion.
Oh, no, it was Lynn Woolley and someone else who.
Moshe Ben Akiva and Len Holy jointly submitted one minority report.
Okay, great. Okay, we're sort of at the end. Why don't we take public comments? Because I see a hand that's been up for quite a while. Sherry Gershenfeld. Chaz, can you promote her?
You've got her, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually the wife of Moshe Ben Akiva, who can't be here tonight because he's in a different time zone that doesn't permit him to be awake right now. So I'm not speaking on behalf of him, but I just want to really encourage all of you, if you haven't already done so, to read Moshe and Len's minority opinion. And it's not just that they are opposing the construction of a multi-level garage in this very unique parcel of land right in the heart of Coolidge Corner. And I know one of you, I guess Mr. Warren, referred to it as a beautiful parking garage. I mean, I have to really take issue with that. I think it's a travesty. I'm speaking for myself now. I think it's a travesty to be putting that in this space, which could be so much more. But just getting back to the minority opinion, Len and Moshe also each offer an alternative vision of what could be done with this space. And I just really think it behooves everyone, their alternative visions were not considered by the committee or the consultant, and were not presented to the public. And I think that you should all consider them and think about what really could be done with this space, which is owned by the town and should be used for the benefit of all Brookline residents, not just people who drive their cars or who like to park there, or who want to buy a condo and live in the heart of Coolidge Corner, and especially for the younger and future generations who are, going to be stuck with a parking garage that it's going to be a really long time before that'll come down, and the younger generations are not even going to have as much demand for parking, because they're not getting driver's licenses at the same rate that all of us were. They aren't driving cars, they're taking transit, they're using ride sharing, there's going to be autonomous vehicles. And I think you probably need to hear from a lot more younger people about what they'd like to see have done with this land. I mean, we don't have a town square in Brookline. There are ways that this land could be used, even retaining some
Okay,
of the
please
parking
wrap
there.
up.
Time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But anyway, please just read the minority opinions.
Got it. Okay, anything else from the select board? If not, I will end this meeting. Thank you.
Recording stopped.